All right, welcome back. We are now in the most exciting of all the phases, which I have unfortunately delayed, by the way. I forget we were on this side. I have unfortunately delayed this part because there were so many, I mean, obviously we were doing everything pretty much off the seat of our pants, and it's a miracle that we're even just doing this right now.
Still standing.
Wait, did I say miracle? I don't like that word. Well, let's take it back. It is amazing. It's a testament to the skills of my friends and everybody else. So, but right now, the most exciting thing that I wanted to talk about is kind of a project that, I don't know, it's been in my head for a little while, and I enticed my friend and producer Jason to be like on board with this. So the idea is we're going to make a cooking show, but it's not just any kind of cooking show. Like, it's a cooking show for people who don't only not know how to cook, but also don't know how to budget their meals, don't know how to eat healthy. They have a lot of wrong information about foods and stuff like that. What's good fat, what's bad fat. There's all kinds of just horrible information. So we're going to try to get all through that bullshit and have like as clear and honest a show as possible, and show you recipes that are going to be focused on, low income, people, because that's my fan base. We're all in this together. So I figured, let's save you money, and then I'll get you the money you save. How about that? Is that a deal? If you haven't sort of like submitted because you're like, Jake, I'm poor. Okay, I'm going to save you $40 a month, and you're going to give me like 20 of that. Is that a deal? Okay. So what we're going to do is, and this is the craziest way that most of this happens is, you spend most of your money either on rent or on groceries. So I can't help you where you live. That's not something I can help you with. I can't teach you how to live under a bridge. But I can teach you how to cook. And I can do this, by the way, because I've been taught from a true master, someone who's faced every culinary experience that you could possibly imagine, and then some. She birthed me, so that I guess that's probably a pretty big deal, and nursed me, which is also probably a pretty big deal, and has supported me all throughout my crazy ventures. So if you guys love what you do, the number one fan, my mom Maureen, she's on the show as my first guest on Kung Food. So she's gonna be the one keeping me honest. Is that right, Mom?
I try. Yeah. I've tried my best.
Let me tell you, there's one thing that I've learned with living with my mom and being in her kitchen is like, you're gonna have to be clean, and that's where we're gonna start first of all. Because I just realized, are we actually that clean? Are we ready to do this thing with it? Because I feel kind of dirty. So we're gonna start by washing your hands, and because that's the first thing you always do when you cook, right? You wash your hands. I cannot stress this enough. Never get lazy about this. Yeah. This is. I mean, I don't think people understand how much they actually get sick from food poisoning. That's from carelessness in the kitchen, and we just don't see it. And so it's really important to just kind of like, all right, well, where do we start? Well, let's start by washing your hands. So here's
I just washed mine. So.
You just washed yours, Emma? All right.
Yeah.
So Mama's better than me. She washed her hands. So now, who knows where my hands have been? Honestly, who knows? Here we go. Yeah. Okie dokie. So we're going to make a couple recipes, some classics. And that, first of all, my mom was always cooking international things. You know what I mean? Like back when we were kids, we used to have this thing. What was it called there, Mom? Like at school, some kind of like...
International, they used to do an international day. So you could have Greek and Italian and...
Yeah, it was a way that they...
Lunches,
it was a small town, so they figured, oh, well, let's introduce people to different foods. But the funny thing was my mom was always experimenting with this food. So every time it was like this international day or whatever, my mom would be like, oh, do you want some money for, the lunches or whatever? First of all, we've already had Mexican, and they don't know how to make Mexican, so we don't want to eat it. So luckily, I've had a diversified palate for a very long time, and that's thanks to my mom.
Yeah. Well, they used to say, remember how hot my wings were? Like, even at Bishop's, what was that little Lions pub?
Oh, yeah? No, I don't remember that.
No, you haven't had my mom's fire.
Well, everybody thinks they have these hot wings, and all they do is they douse. They drown their chicken wings in hot sauce, and they're like, hey, that's what hot is. No. That's if you're like me and hot sauce ain't no thing. Basically, you're just like, oh, it's just vinegar now. Thank you for dousing this in vinegar. Thank you. But yeah, so I've had a diversity of palates, if you will. So I thought, well, I'm going to show you some classics that I always do every time I'm at my friends, and I cater for everybody. When there's a party. So I thought I'd show you a couple of things that we do when we cater. And the first one is we're going to do a hummus, and that I guess that is related to Bible stories because it comes from that area, the Mediterranean. And, well, not necessarily Mediterranean, but the chickpea is actually one of the oldest. Oldest products that we've cultivated. I think this goes back all the way to ancient Samaria. I think this is about 2,000 or 3,000 years old. This is really old stuff. Like this, you're kind of like, it's like you feel like you're your ancestors. By the way, this is probably all they ate, chickpeas, because that's your major source of protein. So they didn't have a lot of variety, but we're going to add some variety. So if you've never had a really great hummus, because most of you have bought store hummus, like that. I don't know. I find that it's really sour and terrible and just, I don't know. You like it, the store-bought stuff, Irma?
Well, I just like it, so if I don't have time to make it.
See, that's exactly right. It's a matter of time, and we always fall into this pattern where, like we work hard, and then we just come home, and it's like, oh, I don't have time to make this, so sure, I'm going to buy it at the store. But time is money, in a sense, right? You're paying somebody else to make this hummus for you. It's costing you something, and in a way, what it's costing you is going to be flavor. So I want to just save these costs, the cost of making it, the cost of flavor, and say the cost to you is going to be time. But luckily, it's not actually that much time, is it? I think to make hummus, it's going to take us maybe 15, 20 minutes max, right? To make hummus. Well, we're teaching people to do it. So we're taking our time, and we gotta do it slow so they can see us. I mean, we haven't even opened the can here, so we gotta go through a few things.
We're not on these TV shows where we have all these people cleaning up for us and opening our cans and handing us bowls. No, we gotta do it in a kitchen that's not ours.
We have some things that are pre-prep though, because we took so long that my mom did pre-prep cut some things, but we're gonna be cutting anyways.
And I washed the spinach.
And she did watch the spinach because...
Those are boring things that anybody can do, right?
Although, you know what? If this takes us to... I don't even know if we'll have time to make the other thing. The thing that if Michaela found out that we're not actually making, she's going to be very mad. The spinach dip. I don't know if we're going to have time.
Crab dip.
It's the crab and spinach dip. Well, maybe... Well, we may not have a choice. But let's first do the hummus because I love this stuff. So, to make a hummus... Homemade, you don't need a lot of stuff, but you need to know what to look for. And there's one key ingredient that you can never find at the grocery store. And I bet you that everybody at the grocery store doesn't know what the hell you're talking about. And this is this item. This is tahini, okay? And another word for it sometimes is sesame butter, I think.
Sesame seed. But it's become pretty mainstream now.
It has. You know what? I think it's just because of the growing popularity of hummus. Because this is going to be, apart from the only way that you're gonna get the taste of chickpea to be different is with something equally powerful. And sesame, maybe I'm just a sucker for sesame. You know how much I love it. Absolutely everything. So I usually pot Okay, thank goodness. Well, we experienced some technical difficulties, as you can tell, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. Let's just jump right back into it, because if you're just tuning in live, we're doing a cooking show. So in today's cooking show, I'm teaching people how to make hummus. And one of my favorite things you know what, you can make so much of it for so little. And I talked about
79 cents a can.
Well, 79 cents a can, but even then you can actually get cheaper if you're not buying it in a can. Usually you can buy it in bags. But the reason that people don't like using that is because you have to prep like 7 hours in advance. You're like, oh, well, now you're going to have to put it in water, and you're going to have to wait, and sometimes, you know, you might even need to cook it after if it hasn't really absorbed.
No, you have to cook it several hours.
Oh, yeah, well, the chickpeas, that's right. Yeah, that's right. The chickpeas you have to cook. So, you know, that's a hassle. And plus, I don't know if you calculate the cost of maybe heating the chickpeas, are you paying more? I don't know. Again, I'm not sure. I'd have to do the math on it, but it's still relatively cheap.
Flavor it. So you can flavor it how you want. You can cook it with garlic, chicken stock, whatever. That you can't really.
Well, you are a bit stuck with it, but at the same time, there is one thing that's advantageous. See, when you have the liquid from this, it's actually really useful because the liquid is slightly viscous. So when you're using that, you never throw the liquid out for this when you're making hummus. And if you do, you lost like half your flavor. It's the only time you'll ever keep a liquid in a can of beans or something. Usually I'm like, wash that shit. Although technically, I don't know what's in this liquid. Maybe it's all kinds of full of rat feces. I don't know. But nevertheless, it's very useful. I guess rat feces is good for hummus. It definitely helps with the consistency. So we have our chickpeas, which is what we need. We have our tahini. Now we need our garlic. And now, of course, there are some people that will complain that something can be too garlicky. I don't know what that means. It's kind of like, what, did I have a heart attack? Because did I reach some kind of terminal limit where you cannot eat any more garlic? No. I mean, like, I'll be honest, when you eat my hummus, you're not going to go out on a date. You're going to, or if your date's hopefully eating the same thing that you are eating. Because that's the thing about garlic. As long as everybody else is eating, no one's complaining. It's that one person's like, I don't like garlic. Well, you're not going to like this party. That's what I'm going to tell you. So naturally, I'm going to be using a couple of massive ones because we're going to make a small dose. But these two big ones should give me quite a bit of garlic. So that's what we're going to use. Wow. And I know, it's quite a bit of... The problem with these, though, is when they're big, is they're not as strong as when they're smaller. And it also, this I'm not sure what the level of freshness on it is. It's not quite as... You know, it's not that juicy stage, you know, that sometimes garlic hits in when it's super, super fresh. You're like, even when you take it apart, your hands get a little bit sticky. I don't know if you've ever experienced that kind of thing if you've peeled garlic, but yeah. Now, I'm peeling garlic really poorly right now, but there is a good trick to do garlic fast, by the way. I'm going to do it with this one. So, you know, usually they're like, I'm going to peel this, and this sucks. Okay, that does suck. So there is one trick that you can use. And the trick is, you can crush it. You know, sometimes people use their palm. I like to use something that's a little bit flat, like a knife. If you crush it, but not too much, don't put your whole weight. Then by the time it just comes out really nice and smooth, and you don't need to put any effort. It just comes out in one piece. Whoop, sorry. I dropped it. It actually came out as two pieces. Nice doing, Jake. Yeah, it comes out as two pieces. But generally speaking, if you crush it, what happens is it changes the shape. And onions and garlic, they have this brilliant thing where a coating this thick, think about this, a coating this thick can keep something like this fresh for how long? For almost forever. And you're like, I don't have any, a Ziploc bag is thicker than this. It doesn't seem to do as good a job. So what the hell? Nature's still got us beat, right? This stuff's really good, but it's kind of dependent on the shape. So if you crush it, it'll really help. There's also, I saw this trick, which is quite neat. If you're using a lot, you put it in 2 bowls, and you just shake the bowls really hard, and then it'll just come loose on its own. So that's another way you can do it if you have like a lot of garlic to do. But I mean, we're not doing quite that much garlic. No. It doesn't work when you're doing small amounts. So now, when you're cutting garlic, this is one of the tricks that I like to use. Let me get rid of the big part. And my mom showed me this when it comes to cutting onions, and I use the same thing when it comes to cutting the garlic. Is that when you cut, you want to try to make the pieces as small as possible, because the larger the garlic is, the more the flavor is trapped in this, well, essentially vegetable matter. I mean, the flavor is tiny molecules. So right now, all the flavor is locked in this big, massive thing. So obviously, if I just put this in the blender, we wouldn't be getting a lot of flavor. The smaller I'm able to get it, so by the time I'm mixing it, the more of the garlic flavor I'm going to get. So I like to try to use a couple, this one simple technique that gives me an edge. And it requires a little bit of knife finesse, and this is a little bit tough. So we're going to zoom in on this, and I'm going to show, because this is a little technique. You do the same thing with onions. Is what you do is, when you bring the knife, I'm not cutting all the way down. I'm cutting almost all the way down, and I'm cutting into really thin slivers, right? It'll look like an accordion by the time I'm done, but I'm not going all the way down. And this thing's massive, by the way. I'm like... And I'm still doing this, and it's still happening. Usually they're not really that big. Okay, so as you can see, hopefully, because I don't know how the quality of the stream, it looks like a little accordion thing, but the other part is still intact. So now I turn it around and I try to get the exact opposite angle, and now I'm going to cut it again, and now what happens is that I've already done 2 cross sections, and it's already super thin, and I can continue to cut at this point, but for most of the things that you're going to be cutting, by the way, you're never going to need it this thin. You're right? Like when you're actually cooking with this stuff, you don't need it that thin, because if it's even that thin, it might burn. You're cutting it this thin and into tiny pieces when you're using it almost like a paste, and that's the neat thing about garlic. If you have one of those, I don't know if we have one here. No, we don't. If you have one of those mortar and pestles, you ever see one of those things? They're ceramic things. If you take garlic and you crush it in there, you're going to get butter out of it. Yeah, like butter that looks like regular butter. And you're just like, what? And you can spread it on toast, and it's like, garlic. You just did that. Again, don't go on a date after that. That's not date food. Hey, you want to come back to my place and have some good... Nice. So, so this is the trick I'm using to try to cut this into really thin pieces. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it as thin as I'd like, because I don't want to cut forever here. And a couple of times, I can keep passing over and keep doing it again and again. There's a trick that you showed me there, Mom, so that it doesn't stick to the knife. What is that trick?
Salt.
Salt. But does that ruin the knife? Like having little bits of salt that you're cutting into?
That's why you're around, to sharpen them for me. It just dulls them. It doesn't ruin them.
Okay, well, let's give it a shot. Let's see how it feels.
And it also absorbs the juice from the garlic.
Right, so sometimes what I like to do is when I'm mixing in, if I'm cutting garlic or onions and I have some kind of spice, sometimes I'll mix in the spice while I'm cutting, because cutting the spice into tinier pieces might release some of the aromas that were still trapped, because most of the spice you get, if it's in a powder or whatever, almost all the aroma's gone. But if you have still in chunks, well, when you're cutting it, if you could include those chunks, you're actually going to unleash an unbelievable amount of flavor just from those, those herbs that you have. Right now, I guess I'm unleashing the salt. Well, the garlic and the salt. So I'm going to chop this, again, as fine as I can. Try to do this quickly, as fast as I can.
Be careful, because that's when you cut yourself.
Well, I don't have my first hand's not around. See, I'm not cutting like this. I'm just doing like that, a little boring, gather the thing around, and just cut. Okay, I think it's good enough for now. So the other thing that we need now is we need a blender. Now, not all blenders are the same. We learned this the other day, me and Mom, when we tried to make homemade mayonnaise with the wrong blender.
$20 blender.
Yeah, well, it's sometimes, see, the thing is, certain recipes you cannot use blenders that have a very, very deep part before the blades come, because what happens is that you're going to be missing all of this space, and sometimes recipes are contingent on you don't have a lot of liquid, so you can't really use this. So sometimes, that's why the food processors are a little bit better than this stuff. But I'm sure most of you do not have food processors, and you're not as well equipped as my mom's kitchen, which is, my mom likes her really nice tools. Do. Yeah.
I kung fu enough in my life. I like my luxuries now.
That she deserves it. She's graduate. She's a sensei cooking now. She doesn't need to do it all in the rough and tumble.
Anyways, I need to have all that equipment now.
Right. Well, my mom actually has a condition, medical condition. Actually, can you elaborate? What is that condition that you have? What's it called?
So it's pretty rare. Most people don't know. It's called scleroderma.
Scleroderma. So what is that exactly? Because what does it do?
Hardening of the skin.
Hardening of the skin.
Sclero, which is.
But it's not just the skin. It could be your like
well, we are
arteries
all skin,
or
everything.
And I mean, and we have. I know someone who, like one of our, one of my high school friends. Actually, her father had that condition, and he had it in the heart, and he
it's
he
rare
died
for
from that.
men, very, when they get it, it's
deadly,
very deadly, very quickly.
So women are somehow able to absorb this disease and live with it a little bit
it's
longer.
like everything else, huh?
They're tough. Those ladies are tough.
Yeah, I won't say it just in case I plead the fifth. I can't swear like my son. No.
See, this is
not on TV.
No, well, it's
not on radio. I don't want to be
radio podcasting.
Whatever
word.
Yes, I have a potty mouth, but I'll try and.
I like how it's that's your camera politeness.
Yes.
But once the cameras are off, you're gonna hear just all kinds of names.
Just don't get me.
You're like, why did you fucking say that, Jay?
Come on, I'm not that.
All right, it's true.
I have to be really mad.
It's true. So, yeah, naturally, my mom's got a condition which makes it so that her fingers get cold very easily and it hurts and stuff like that. So, the good thing at least about me living with home is that now I do all the.
He does all the grunt work.
All the grunt work. Yeah, I don't do any of the fun, exciting cooking stuff because, that stuff I leave to mom. She does a better job at it, anyways. And I got to do the dishes after and all the cleaning. So
nice. I mean, that's the worst. Dishes after like a wonderful meal.
Yeah. Well, you know what? If you ate as well as I did, because I can cook and still I look like a bum when it comes to my mom. So speaking of being like a bum, let's finish up this chickpea stuff. So we cut up the garlic. I guess small enough that it's going to blend in. And now I'm gonna open up this can of chickpeas real fast. And now we're gonna use our blender.
It's so easy, and you can do it like even a day or two before even.
I like to separate the liquid
better.
a little bit, like because you don't. It depends on how things go. Sometimes you don't use all the liquid. I don't know. Maybe you get a different can of chickpeas where the chickpeas are a little bit harder or a little bit softer. I can never tell you for sure what should be the measurements. And this is an important thing about Kung Fu. It's a lot about using your own intuition, your own kind of like instincts. I'm just trying to get this. All right. This should be good enough. Okay, so there's still some liquid in here, and I think I'm just going to add the rest in later. So I got this. I got my chickpeas. So this is, like I said, this is pretty damn simple. All right. And we're going to take our garlic. All right. Try to scoop it all up. Okay. Now we need. The thing I hate about tahini is that it always settles at the bottom.
Yeah,
it's such I should have probably pre-mixed this because I'm going to be spending my time
going
like
upside down. Sometimes it helps.
Freaking hell. It just, and you don't want to be lazy and just take the top layers because you know what you have at the end? This big crusty tahini bottom that you can't use in your recipes. So don't be lazy and you mix your tahini mix even though you hate doing it and it feels like it's like imagine if peanut butter was really old. You know what I mean? That's how it feels like. So it's like, come on, you son of a... All right. Mix the tahini. Yeah, it separates. Yeah, well, it's they have different densities. That's the problem. And you can see how often we use tahini. It's every time I come here to cater. We basically use this thing to...
It's only for this recipe, right? You don't use it for toast or.
I've never wanted to put toast. I don't know. I like the taste of sesame, but somehow having that on toast, I don't know. Maybe that's just too weird. And it's very strong though. That's the thing that people don't understand. Sesame butter, holy moly! Like we're not going to be even using that much of it. Come on.
What do you put in?
How much do I put in?
Yeah.
I usually put in 2 big tablespoons, 2 fat ones. In when I put it. You do?
Yeah.
Maybe it's all the fact that you put so much damn lemon in your thing that it keeps on.
I never put enough. I'm always trying.
I never put enough. You know what? You and Tom will get along. My supreme executive producer is a mixologist. We're hopefully. Are we going to be able to do a thing where Tom's going to do a little mixology thing? Do you think we'll be able to fit that in?
Yeah.
That'd be really exciting. That'd be really exciting for Tom to be able to show us how to make it.
Precedes you. Yeah. Apparently
Well, Tom uses fresh ingredients.
The mixologist.
One drink. I know it will.
One drink? No, I heard you like making up all kinds of drinks.
Well, that's the whole thing. You're experimenting. with different drinks. Okay, so now I have nice consistency with it finally. Took long enough. Ow.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
getting hungry there.
Okay, well, there's one more thing we're gonna need,
Turn the
which
oven on
is
because we're gonna need some pita.
not the oven, Ma. We're not gonna use the oven. We're gonna use the
That's
stove.
right. We
And-
always argue
Well,
about
we
that
will,
one,
and
too.
and maybe I can finally show you how to do this part properly, because I don't know of all the things my mom can do almost everything except for some reason she cannot toast the pitas right,
Well,
and there's a
no,
technique
I can,
to it.
but it's the way I like them.
Yeah,
He does
yes.
not like.
Everybody
my
likes
pita.
my way better, anyways. You know that. All right,
Okay,
so we got.
Fine. So
put in
you
those
do
scoops.
it.
So we got one big scoop and two big scoops. You know, it's funny. I'm trying to figure out a way to describe the flavor of this, and I want to say musky, but doesn't make any sense. But there's I don't know.
I'd say muddy. No.
Muddy? No. There's a certain, I don't know, je ne sais quoi about
Je ne
tahini that
sais
I just
quoi.
like. Okay, I'm all covered now in tahini. Let's keep the station clean as much as we can, even though we're rushing everything. All right, so now that we're done, where's the top to this thing? Where's the top to this? Oh, screw it. We're just going to kung fu it. Oh, I don't have the top? Use your imagination. Here we go. So, we're going to turn this on. Now, I'm not going to turn it on for a long time. Where's it? Is it plugged in? Oh, we are not plugged in. This thing usually has like this weird little LED light. This is the kind of blender that you would expect, like a douchey guy with one of those, Honda Civics that's been modded and has like the Check this out. I'll show you why. It has like blue LED at the bottom, just so you know that you're mixing. It's like speed blender, fucking night mixing. Are you ready for this?
It's for your ice.
When you're making, well, it's when you're making things in the club, I guess, because there's not a lot of speeds. The speed is super freaking fast, and then the other one is burn the motor out. So we're gonna try to keep this thing, at the lowest. But look at the little LED things on this. Is that really necessary? I mean, you're a blender, okay? You're not a time machine. All right, here we go. Let's blend this thing. Hopefully the sound will go crazy. Let's give it a shot. Here we go. Now, see, usually I would have been a little bit more careful, because what you're trying to do when you're blending is you're making sure that the motor doesn't make this weird sound. This is when it's no longer spinning because it's too thick. It'll make a weird wee, and if you do that too long, you'll burn out your motor. But for some weird reason, we have like the perfect mix of like liquid and things. So it's just kind of like, it's kind of working out pretty good. It's not mixing as well now. So we're just going to get in there, move it around, maybe add a little bit more liquid. Oh wait, you know what we need for more liquid? We're missing one thing, Ma. What are we missing? Well, apart from the salt and the pepper. We're missing lemons. Lemon. Now, in Tom's household, there's always lemon. So we're just gonna squeeze that thing.
Well, seeing as you cut the garlic, you may as well.
Well, I'm gonna squeeze it, but make sure. I know this sounds trivial, but make sure you get these suckers out. You don't want to, you can take the back of a spoon or something, and just, push all the seeds you can out, because you want to. Do you really want a seed in your hummus? I sure don't. All right, now we're good. Okay. Is that enough lemon? I squeezed it pretty good. No, well, it's enough for me. All right, let's put in some salt there,
like
some
half
pepper.
Maybe not half a cup, but.
I mean, everyone should have ground pepper. If you've ever had a pepper that's already like ground, that's not pepper. You know what that is? That's probably just
bark.
ground bark and junk. Like whatever wood this, you know when you have a truck and you're carrying wood, whatever is at the bottom of the trucks is what I think that they make that kind of pepper out of. It's disgusting. Now you need that ground stuff. It's the same thing I was telling you about before. When you break something up right in there, you're unleashing all these aromas, right? That you wouldn't normally have when it's just already in powder form. Powder form is like it's just death. All it is now is physical matter that you're just putting into your meal to confuse people. So don't be using powders. All right, let's put in some salt. I'm putting plenty of salt. Yeah, well, we already put some in, so I don't need to put as much, but we'll eventually taste it. I always hate this part. I always gotta mix it a little bit more. I don't know how liquidy I want it either. Oh, well, it's still pretty good. It is still lumpy, so I'm gonna put a little bit more of that liquid because I want it to. If it's lumpy, it's telling me that it's not. It's funny. Hummus always has that perfect point where you just have just enough liquid where it's becoming. I don't know, with this perfect goo. If we get it right, it should just sort of like perfectly balance, perfectly flow. That's what you want. If it's sort of stuck and it's making weird noises, you're like, not enough liquid. No. So let's see if this one flows. Let's go with the flow. Ooh. I think we might be getting close to the flow. Oh. We're not quite at the flow. You saw it though, right? We had the flow for a few seconds, so we probably need just a tiny little bit more. I don't want to put too much because I hate when it's overly liquidy. I think this should be it. Let's see if I'm correct. So I'm going to mix in the remaining. All right. Let's kick this sucker up a notch. That looks like pretty good flow. So I'm gonna bring it a little bit faster because I want to smoother. Oh, no, speed. Can't do too fast. All right. I think this is done. All right. Well, I don't want to taste this one. Can you wash that, Mom, if you'd be so kind? I love that smell. But it's the tahini that I'm smelling. Are you washing it or are you smelting it?
First of all, it was cold. I'm sorry, but it takes a little while for hot water.
That's cool. All right. So you're gonna be the first judge. So you're gonna be the one who tastes it, anyways. And then, all right. So give it a taste there, Mom.
Where's the lemon?
I already put some. I already put the lemon. You want me to put squeeze some lemon on there before? What do we have?
But it's very good.
It's very good.
More lemon. I want more lemon.
Let me taste it before I decide this.
Oh no.
I'm gonna taste it.
Good garlic, though. Yeah, you know when it like kind of tingles on your tongue? That's a lot of garlic.
That is a little bit of garlic. Yeah. Yeah, it has that tingle. But that was we used a very, very fresh clove of garlic too, so it wasn't
very big.
Very big. Yeah, well, it's
this is a season. There's germs everywhere. You need lots of onions and garlic, and fresh garlic is better than cooked.
Now you could serve this kind of stuff with carrots and that kind of stuff, but I gotta say that's not the best way to enjoy hummus. In my opinion, the best way to enjoy it is with a good, nice toasted bread. So I'm gonna toast bread the way that I just always do. So what I basically do is I take regular. You can buy this, like the Greek pitas, right? Individual Greek pitas. They're not really that expensive. So what we're going to do is I've put a pan on, a non-stick pan, and I put the temperature at high medium, right? So about 6 or 7 if you have one of those counter things, or high medium depending on yours. You want it hot, but I don't want it crazy hot. But I'm not putting any oil or nothing. This is going to be just straight up heat that I'm going to use. The key is going to be how often I keep this thing flipping, right? I'm going to be constantly flipping it, making sure that it's, everything is sort of like evenly distributed, and then it's going to get a nice outside layer that's very crispy, and the inside's going to be like nice and soft, and that's going to be perfect with our hummus. And that's going to be tying it together. So we're going to wait until that gets nice and hot. So the funny thing is, my mom can't do this. You tried. I don't know what it is. Every time I think you get distracted. It's the only time you get distracted in the kitchen. It's like, I don't know, maybe there's a thing with, oh, the Greek pita's on? Well, I'm going to go and have a nap.
Well, because I like them more like chips. You like them more like bread.
If you do this, I feel...
I can walk away. That's what chips are, right? But they're crunchy.
If you want the chips, I say the best thing to do is, instead of having the Greek pitas, You get the Lebanese ones that they make wraps with. They're very
No.
thin.
It
And
does
those ones
not
would
work
do-
for me.
Those are...
I like the Greek, but hey, I do like your way too.
Yeah, you do? Well, that's
I'm
good because that's the way
open
we're
to-
doing it. That's where we could heat one up your style.
As long as you're doing it, I'm
Yeah.
fine.
We could heat it. We could heat it up your style if you want. You know.
No. My
Okay.
style's put it all on a pan, throw it in the oven, and there we go.
No, see, when it comes to, and this is the same way whenever I make, you know, hopefully in one of the Kung Food episodes we're going to do Greek food because I love Greek food. But when you're doing it this style, this is the same way when you're serving a Greek pita that you would do. You would need to heat it this way, so it's a good thing to just know how can you properly heat bread. Like I see some people and they put like oil in a pan and they're about to heat bread, and I'm like, this thing has water in it. It has all the thing. Like it doesn't really stick. If you have a bread in a hot nonstick pan that sticks, I'm like, something's weird. Either your bread was really wet, or I don't know, your pan's all messed up. But generally speaking, it should be smooth as silk. So is this hot enough? Yeah, this is starting to get heat. So I'm just gonna put it on, and I'm just gonna let it. I don't want it to be sitting for too long. That's the key. Like I just want it to get it hot. And a lot of times I spin it because you probably have this kind of oven. And this kind of oven is not evenly distributed. There is a spot, I think it's this quadrant, where it's hotter than this quadrant. So, you know your oven. That's the best way to say it.
No.
You know your stove and know your oven. Because, just like stoves can have like these weird characteristics, ovens can have this, oh, this corner is super cold, this corner's not, it's blazingly hot. So, same way, every time you give a person a recipe for something, you have no idea how it's going to go because every single variable could be different.
That's true.
And think about this. Have you ever talked to anybody who's making bread and they're like below sea level or something like that? You ever? Or is it above sea level that it's hard to rise? I'm trying to remember.
Above.
Is it above?
Yeah,
it's above.
Over 35.
Yeah, where people are like, I'm trying to make this bread, but it never rises. I'm like, well, where are you? And they'll be like, I don't know, Colorado or something like that. Like they're at the top of some crazy mountain. I'm like, well, maybe you want to go and take a trip, to New Orleans if you're going to make some bread or something, because you're a little too high. But yeah, something as weird as your elevation can affect your cooking, because it affects even something as like the boiling temperature of your water can be affected by the where you are in the in the atmosphere. How messed up is that? Okay, so we're gonna flip this sucker.
Chemistry.
I'm gonna probably flip this a few times because I don't want any particular part to burn. And like I said before, I want it to be really nice and soft on the inside. I feel like the more you cook bread and keep moving it around, the more it sort of like brings out that nice moisture that bread does. It traps all this moisture that you just don't see. A lot. You would never guess this, but this is mainly water. Water and flour, the main ingredients. So once we're finished, I don't know if we're gonna make all of them because I think we're just gonna, as soon as we're finished that one, I think that's pretty much it for a little.
Delicious.
And we're gonna go and enjoy that, and then we're gonna go to our next interview, which is Dan Finke.
Nice color. It's puffed up a little bit.
And it smells good. Too bad you can't have smell-o-vision.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if you can flip it now.
I'm gonna flip it again. I flipped it the first time.
Go on.
Bam!
Oh.
Oh, nice. I don't do it well with the vegetables, but I do always do it well with the bread. Being
That's one
smooth.
thing.
If you don't do it right, somebody's gonna call you on your shit. You're like, you can't even flip a piece of bread, for God's sakes. Be like, do it right, man. Do it right. I hope, because we're about to wrap things up. I guess it was a short preview. I hope you guys liked this. Just a taste, if you want. I mean, is that a pun?
No.
We wanted to give you a taste of this cooking show, and something as simple as just making hummus. Which, again, I bet you that there's a ton of people out there that are like, oh, my hummus must be hard to make. It's actually not. It's just a bit of labor. A little bit, knowing what are the right ingredients that go inside that make the flavors that you like. And then you can experiment with all kinds of things, Like, let's say you had in your fridge a whole bunch of roasted peppers that you just didn't know what to do with. You're like, hey, I can cut up a couple of those, pop it in, it'll have that nice roasted pepper flavor. Or, maybe you had some roasted garlic again, you didn't want to use that fresh kind. That'll give you a different flavor as well. Mom likes it with lemon juice because apparently she has gout. So you can put it with tons of lemon juice, and, and that'll be a good thing. Or you can do like me and put way too much garlic And essentially, no girl within a 5-mile radius wants to talk to you. So everybody's got their own flavors. Me, it's garlic till it burns. Mom, it's acidic until it burns. It's really good. But you know, the key thing, the most important thing when you're cooking is that you're cooking always for yourself, right? So you got to figure out what flavors you like, and then you adapt those to yours. So my cooking is just a suggestion. You're really going to have to do all the heavy lifting. I'm just showing you how to do it. And now that you have at least the basic, well,
it's gonna burn.
It's not gonna burn, huh?
Yes, it will.
I have a little technique before we go, by the way, that I usually cut this. And the reason I do this is because, you know, you got... How do I cut this so that everybody has a nice little piece? So I usually cut it right in half, and then I do sort of little pie slices. Because that's nice, and you know, you can make actually quite a few, and you can control the width. Remember, it's a pie, so it can be divided an infinite amount of times.
Chemistry, and we're getting science.
All right. So before we go, everybody is going to have a taste, and then if they don't like it, they're going to have to be honest. All right, guys, let's dig into this thing. So I'm getting we're going to just get it right in there, because we're all going to be eating from the same bowl, so fuck it.
No double dipping.
All right, give me the spatula. By the way,
Please.
this is the most...
I taught you better than that.
Sorry, Mom.
You better.
Oh, you don't have a spatula? Oh, bummer.
Maybe 30 or whatever, but I'm still your mom. It's just like in the real shows where they leave half a cup to a cup in the bowls.
All right, guys, let's have a piece. Let's have a piece.
Okay, well.
All right, let's get a piece for him.
Crunchy and
I'll give a piece to my producer.
soft in the middle.
Piece for the producer. Want the cameraman want a piece?
Everybody.
Give me some lemon.
Right.
Pass me the lemon.
Here, Mama. You can squeeze some lemon on you.
Yes, yes.
Garlic is nice.
All right. Oh, let's not forget a web programmer. Or web goddess. There you go. Web goddess gets one. Oh. All right.
Fresh.
Well, it's a pretty big piece. Mastication is important, kids.
Did you say
You gotta
that?
chew your
Did
food.
You said?
Mastication, Mom.
Okay.
Mastication. We're gonna have plenty of immature jokes on the show, so let's not ruin, you know, any potential immature jokes just yet. So now that we're finished doing our hummus, we're gonna go enjoy that. And meanwhile, you guys are gonna go enjoy an interview I did with Dr. Dan Finke. He was he was on the Essentials DVD as well, so he was catching up with me, talking about some of the projects, and really catching me up since the last time we talked. So he was one of the favorites. That's the reason why he was on the Essentials. Everybody really loved him, and he has this thing that he talks about called philosophical counseling, which is basically to help people reason themselves. You know, everybody has these philosophical problems, right? Sometimes you need help reasoning those out, and that's what he's offering. So that's pretty cool. He's going to talk about that. So stay tuned for that. And after, when we come back, we're what are we doing when we come back? Actually, we're going to have 2 interviews in a row. We're going to have that, and we're going to have another interview, just so I can take a goddamn break. That's what's going to happen. We're going to eat. I'm going to take a damn break. You guys are going to watch interviews. And in the meantime, I want everybody to remember, before we go, if you're streaming this on thegoodatheist.net or Jacob Fortan, please, we need your pledges. This is a telethon. Remember, we're trying to get you guys to give us $3K. And you know who is going to? This woman. This woman who I owe way too much money to. And, you know, I would give her more than, you know, whatever $3,000 that I'm asking if I could. And I hopefully will. And if you don't want to use PayPal, there's a contact us button. You can get in touch with us. You can pledge. We'll get in touch with you. We can't do it right now because, remember, operators are not standing by. And that's very important for you. All right, let's get over to our interview with Dan Finke, and then we're going to be back for another interview with MC Brooks, who's going to be actually performing a song on it, and you guys are going to just love it. So 2 great interviews coming back to back. Stay tuned for that. Welcome back to the telethon. My guest today is another person who's on my Essentials DVD, one of the better interviews I've had over the years, and I just had to have him on again because he's working on all kinds of exciting things. So I'd like to welcome blogger, author, and philosophy professor Dr. Daniel Finke. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Jake. It's great to be here again.
Now, I know that the doctor there is just one that you don't generally use, but I like to throw it in just to remind everybody that he's got some academic muscle here. Let's not forget that. I mean, often people in this scene tend to be a little bit too humble, but let's not forget that you're a professional philosopher, sir.
Yeah, I am. I'm always happy to be called doctor. It's the one parting gift I got for all those years in graduate school. It didn't land me a tenure track job, so I'm just happy to ever hear it. It's the one thing that I can be proud of about those years, because I actually earned it.
So since we last left in our interview, which was a little while ago, I had you on because I thought that not enough people were aware of your blog at the time. I think this was 2012, but you were still growing. How's that changed? I mean, because your production output's been way higher since I've talked to you. I mean, you must have grown. Like, you must be getting pretty big by now, I'm guessing.
I don't get, it's interesting. My blog traffic was actually a bit higher right before then because I was at Free Thought Blogs, and Free Thought Blogs has an amazing. It's like a funnel for traffic. It really is. If you just post, you will get traffic there. But what I've really found is that I feel like I've grown in terms of people in the community knowing who I am, and that's been really encouraging. I can really reach out to people and say, "Will you be involved with something with me?" And they're all responsive. And I think
you've been in certain events and talks and stuff like that. Like, you've started to be really active.
Yeah. This year I was at the Humanist Florida Association. I talked there. I talked at CFI Student Leadership. I was on FTB's first web-only conference, FTB Conscience, so I did a critical thinking panel. I went to Convergence in Minnesota, which is a sci-fi convention, and I was on a panel on reason and faith, science and faith. So I'm starting to get on the speaker circuit, and now next year I'm leaving academia. I'm leaving adjunct professor work, because of the exploitative wages and the difficulty in keeping jobs because they're cutting back everywhere, and it's not going to be it's not a route to a professional career. We're not treated and paid like professionals. So I'm moving on from that, and I'm going to be focusing more full time on my own projects, and I'm going to be out there speaking. So I'm really excited about that. I'm going to really push to get opportunities for that, and let people know I'm out there and available. And I've already got one thing lined up for the winter. I'm going to be in CFI Michigan, so I'm really excited about that. Yeah.
You've basically decided that you were going to take what I call a financially suicidal position of professional atheist. That's what you.
Yes. Well, but I'm also I'm really trying to reconceive what it is to be a professional philosopher, and think of it outside the box of academia, because there's a lot of pressure. In order to kind of make it as an academic, you have to be someone who narrowly specializes in something very small and cutting edge in one respect, but very disconnected from a larger, ambitious project. It's much more about finding a little niche and being able to contribute a little bit to a conversation that's already going, and then if you can do that, and you can get known in that little niche, then you can earn tenure. And that just takes people a really long time working on things that are not necessarily big picture or not necessarily very innovative until they have that freedom to really do what they want. And for me, I felt from the beginning I wanted to instead do philosophy in an engaged way. And I wanted to do it right there on the internet, blogs, open access, none of this, you have to pay to see the journal stuff. And really doing philosophy, communicating with a movement of people interested in a certain area of ideas, and trying to be contributing to that movement with my philosophical work, writing about what I care about, what I'm passionate about, rather than what's going to be academically, advancing me, and on academic terms. And so it's that kind of spirit why I started a blog instead of going into traditional academic publishing, at least at first. And so, yeah.
So let me ask you this question. So you've obviously you worked as a professor, and now you're starting to give these online classes a much bigger amount of attention. Like
yeah. So what happened was last year.
I'm worried as hell.
What's that? You cut out. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, you're frozen.
No. You go on. So what happened last year?
Okay, so last year I was I had to travel to my jobs. I was teaching in Connecticut, teaching on Long Island, teaching in New Jersey, all while living in Manhattan. And one of my jobs was in New Jersey, and I had to leave my apartment at 4:15 just to be there in time for my 7 o'clock class, and then it would end at about 9:30, and I wouldn't get home until 11:30. And so you're looking at a 7.5-hour day to do 2.5 hours of teaching. And I just had the thought as I was leaving my apartment, why can't I just meet my students on the internet, right? Why can't we just be face-to-face on Google Hangout and just do it that way? And the light bulb went off. Like, yeah, why couldn't I do that? And so what I did was I went online and I announced on Facebook and on my blog that I wanted to do classes right here online. And I found immediately I had by January I had signed up 12 students for the first round, and we had a great time. And over the course of the year, it's been about 24, 30 students somewhere in there that I've had, and it's been extraordinary. And so I'm able to do the classes, and I'm not being exploited by universities that don't pay me. The money goes straight to me, and I'm able to now. I'm looking at how to make it a regular business and make it my full-time occupation starting in the spring, building off of people who know me. They trust me because they've been reading my blog and they've been following my work, and they know that I'm credible. And they want to learn from me directly. And for several years I was getting emails from people that were saying, thanks to you, I started, wanted to take a philosophy class or started to learn philosophy, started to read it. Or I had people who would say on Facebook, oh, I wish I could take your classes. So there was an interest there. There are people, if you helped get someone into philosophy, that's a perfect person to reach out to and say, well, do you want to learn it from me? So it's been terrific, and I'm going to be able to now focus on that. As my full-time job and be independent and kind of take control of my own destiny.
So let me ask you this question. What is the difference between the students that you had at university that were there, I guess, partly because they had to, and these new students that really are just there because they want to? How does that differentiate the kind of class that you're basically building? Like, is it just way more engaged, way more fun?
Well, you always have at the university have had extraordinary students, and I've had a tremendous number who've been interested for its own sake, even if they didn't know they would be beforehand. But yeah, I have found that online I more regularly will get people who are more directly engaged and have sort of a motivation to learn philosophy. I mean, one of the things going on there also with people online is that sometimes they're older students. Although I've been amazed how many college students. Really very honored how many college students have signed up and been willing to add me to their already regular course load. I mean, you want to talk about caring about learning. Already having all these classes they have to go to, they're willing to also put in this extra class for which they get no college credit, was really extraordinary. So they've been wonderful too. But then when you have these older students, they come with when you have a good older student, what you're dealing with is someone who often has an education beyond just philosophy, and they will come at the questions from this other base of knowledge, and that's really exciting. And some of the kind of engagement they have, and you also have a lot of the times, one of the things that this is for is for people who are deconverts. So they're often people who have come out of a religious background, and they used to be intense about religiosity, and they earned their way to deconversion theologically and philosophically and scientifically by really studying. And so they're people who already have developed a great deal of their perspective on these issues, and now they're coming to kind of work with me to kind of get a more professional take on, a more rigorous philosophical approach to doing something constructive post that. One of the classes I teach is called Philosophy for Atheists, and that's all about helping people who have come out of faith and want to rebuild a picture of the world. That in the ethics class, in the Nietzsche class, and even the historical philosophy class, you have students who are able to kind of they know what they've worked out what's wrong in their theology, and yet they now want to work out a positive conception. So they come already having gone through a lot of thought on these issues, and so the kind of discussions we have are really amazing and fascinating, and they advance the ball in a lot of ways. It's really great.
Well, there's another element that you've been working on called philosophical counseling, which sounds like it's a bit of that, where you're atheism and philosophy, where I'm sure that there are people that come out of religion and who used to have a religious basis for comfort that are now left with a bit of a gaping hole. Is that what you're trying to do with this kind of program, to fill in that hole?
Yeah, that's a big part of it. And then there's also just the intrinsic love of doing something positive in ethics, right? Learning something positive. Just the sheer joy and pleasure of say reading through Nietzsche's texts and kind of digging through, because I wrote my dissertation on Nietzsche, so those classes are just a lot of fun to kind of just explore in this open-ended way. But with philosophical counseling, the idea there in general is that not everyone's problems are psychological in character. And especially not everyone's problems are mental illness. There's nothing.
So you're saying is that basically some people's problems are just like that they have cognitive dissonance that they need to work out?
Exactly. Sometimes people's problems are just they have a philosophical dilemma. They're wondering about right and wrong. They don't have a psychological problem. You don't have to be a psychological problem. You don't have to have a psychological problem to worry about, is the decision I'm making right? Am I living a meaningful life? What is my identity? Where am I going?
Am I internally consistent?
Am I internally consistent? Exactly. And that's what, so you have, so for example, a really good example of this was someone who came to me because, he graciously, all my clients, it's all confidential, but he wasn't technically a client, but he was a friend who knew I did this, and he asked me for the favor, and so I did it, and with his permission, I published a transcript with him anonymous. But this is a really great example of it. Was he was a vegetarian, a vegan, who was so passionate about never killing an animal or eating an animal, and yet he'd had to euthanize his cat, and this was just so troubling to him because he was in such anguish, because his identity as someone who would never ever hurt an animal was what he felt threatened with. He wanted to just reassure me, I didn't do this because I thought a cat wasn't as valuable as a human, right? He wanted that to be so clear that this wasn't him saying, oh, it's just a cat. So I had to work through with him that, that wasn't what he was doing. He believed in euthanasia for people. He believed in euthanasia for humans too, and so he believed in being afforded a peaceful death, rather than endless suffering. He already believed in that for humans, and it was important to him. What I had to work through with him to understand was it was a consistency of how he treated other people. Just as he would let a human who needed to die, he was letting his cat, because he cared about his cat as though it were another person, not because he was suddenly falling into a paradigm in which cats weren't as valuable as humans, right? And so helping him work that logic through to understand that his values were indeed consistent. Or in other cases, what you try and show someone is that their values aren't consistent, and you're trying to help them see how that's working out. So these are philosophical issues, right? And I don't claim any kind of expertise with psychological problems. And obviously, if someone has a mental illness, there's only so much a philosophical counselor can do. I mean, if they have to be primarily being seen by someone who's going to deal with them neurologically. And then, sometimes even people with mental illness can see a philosophical counselor in addition to, getting the proper treatment for their what's a physiological problem. So the point is that with this sort of a mindset, there's plenty of problems people have about working out what is the right choice in my life, or an ethical problem. or an identity issue, a values issue, and these are philosophical subjects that I can help them with. And one of the things that was great about this is that, like, I'm very passionate about helping deconverts, as you just mentioned. A lot of philosophical counselors they don't have this radar for the deconverts yet. But this is something that I'm really passionate about, having gone through a deconversion. And there are a lot of people looking for therapists who are very frustrated because psychological research says things like that people who attend weekly religious services have better health outcomes than those who don't. And when you look into the numbers on that, it turns out that the reason for that isn't anything about it's just better to psychologically to believe in God. The issue is that people who are deconverting, people who attend regular religious services have a better support network of, like they have a better, they have more social activities, more people who keep them engaged socially, and they're more involved in charity because their religious group kind of nudges them towards that more frequently. And all of these various things increase their outcome measures. But that doesn't mean the beliefs are right or the beliefs are even good. It's just that having the connection to the community. But a lot of psychologists, especially religious ones, won't acknowledge that. They'll just say, well, especially the religious ones, we'll tell a client, oh, well, your problem is that you got to get right with your church and get back to church because that's a good health outcome. And when someone's doing something like that, they're looking at their patient as someone to be manipulated through activities and manipulated around their beliefs, right? Their beliefs and what they're actually thinking isn't as important. So what someone like that needs is someone who appreciates the value of their beliefs. Of course, not everyone's beliefs are always what's going on. Obviously, people have deeper psychological issues. We can work through that too. And there are some ways I can do that. Obviously, there are others I can't. But I can I can help them realize that there may be a psychological issue if there's serious conflicts in their beliefs that don't make sense, and point them to that fact that there must be something else at work. And so what's important there, though, about this idea of these people who've deconverted is that, there's a number of them who I could imagine would benefit greatly from several sessions with a philosopher to help work through a positive response to the world and a positive way of organizing their views post-deconversion. And so I would really like to make that a specialization of my business. And I've talked to the Recovery from Religion Foundation, and they're going to, we're in talks to help have a place on their website that will actually refer people, not for psychological counseling to me, but give the option to people who go to that website looking for someone to talk to about their loss of faith, that they can have this option of contacting a philosopher, and I'd be there for that.
I think you should also, just from the nature of what you're doing, I think you should also probably try to get in touch with, the Freedom from Religion Foundation for the military. I forget what they're called.
Oh, right.
This is the kind of sort of like chaplain, the other side of the chaplain services that are being offered. And I'm like, look, this is not religious. But like you said before, how many problems that people are having are really philosophical in nature? It may sound trivial to people who think, oh, what is really the point of philosophy? And you realize, well, it is still the nature about thinking and how people think about themselves, think about how they fit into society and at large. These are huge. These are how people define themselves in a world where religion isn't telling them what to do.
Well, that's exactly it. And there was one place where I remember P.Z. Myers had a post where he attacked the idea of humanist chaplains, and he said, well, we don't need new priests, and I agree with that. We don't need to propitiate any gods, so we don't need a priest. That's their role. But he was like, we have psychologists. We don't need chaplains. And what I thought that missed was that there's two components that people turn to religion for. One is psychological, but the other is philosophical. And for the lay person, for the average person on the street, if they want to deal with questions about metaphysics and ethics and identity and who they are and how we fit in the universe, who can they call? The only place they know to go is the church or the synagogue, the temple, the mosque. The problem is we live in a culture in which those sorts of questions, unless you have the privilege of going to a university and being in a philosophy class, your primary access to those questions, the institutions offered to you to deal with those questions, are faith-based. And so you wind up with people with these terrible, muddle-headed, superstitious, dogmatic, regressive, stagnant philosophies of life called theology, right? Rooted in these traditions. And instead of people being given access to philosophers who can help them work through these issues and think about these things and be stimulated by these questions that a lot of people care about in a way that is rational in character and open-ended and philosophical. And so, yeah, there's a huge longing that a lot of people have for metaphysics and ethics and thought about who they are and an integrated picture of their lives. And psychology is not that. Psychology is, how do we help fix what's wrong with the way you're thinking and behaving? Whereas philosophy is what people need too. And so that's why I think that humanist chaplains and just the secular community in general need to provide people with both some psychological and philosophical kinds of help that they won't necessarily get from a purely clinical kind of standpoint.
Well, I think it's kind of, I've said before that the biggest or the stupidest thing that we can do as a community is seek homogeny. Where all of a sudden it's like, well, my opinion is that we shouldn't do this, or I don't think we should do this. But as soon as a need is identified, if a person tells me, hey, I want a congregation of other fucking atheists, but I don't want the religion element to it, who the fuck am I to sort of turn around and say, like, you can't do this? Because all that tells me is that I'm seeking homogeny myself. I'm just as bad as the religious element that just wants, complete, everybody to behave in the same way. So in that sense, I feel like we're often, because we fight against the homogeny of religion, we've almost become our own worst enemies, where we want the homogeny of atheism.
Yeah, and the problem is that, I think that there's a lot of people who are atheists in the first place because they're more able to be a lone wolf. They're more able to be someone who goes it down by themselves. If you're a very social person, you're more likely when you're younger to kind of get roped into the social religiousness of around you. And so to be the kind of person who can stand on your own and say, wait, this is nonsense, and I'm going to stick it out and not play along, you have to have a strong sort of independent streak. And so there's a long tradition of atheists who are very independent-minded people, and I think it's a wonderful thing. But the problem is that if atheists really care about breaking the stranglehold of religion, well, we have to kind of look at the ways that religions are, people are not entirely, they're not stupid. They're not thinking, they're not going to church for nothing. They're not going to the synagogue or the temple or the mosque for nothing. They must be getting something tangible out of this. And if what they're getting is social community, if what they're getting is support as they're trying to raise their children, if what they're getting is a vehicle for being generous, and if what they're getting is philosophical stimulation and some free counseling, if these are the things people are getting from religions, they're not going to necessarily see the value of leaving their religion over some abstract worries about falsehood. They're not going to see that. Whereas what you can do is, if we create humanist communities and congregations even that give them all this good stuff that they already want, and yet without any superstition, regressive values, stagnancy, without any of that stuff, without any of that baggage, if we can give them the positive alternative, they're much, much more likely as consumers to be swayed over and say, wow, I can have all the good stuff without any of the nonsense. Great. It's a positive thing to do.
It's funny that you use. Yeah, it's funny that you use the word consumer, because I just finished having an interview with Jerry DeWitt in which I compared churches to bars, and it might seem kind of a strange comparison to people, but I'm like, look, both are offering a kind of service, a social environment to enjoy that, a kind of lubricant, things that people share in common. I mean, it's no mistake, by the way, that most atheist groups now congregate in pubs right now, because that's the closest thing we can find. But a church is not very different from a pub. Your bartender and your pastor, these were not entirely different back in the old days. You know what I mean?
Right. One of the aspects of that is that not only is it you're right, there's a social lubricant. At church, there's this identity. Well, we're all here together. Here, everyone shake hands and give each other a kiss during the middle of the service. It's uniting people. It's saying feel close, to give people hugs. There's this openness to meet. And one of the interesting things about it is that in churches, people get the spectrum of their demographic together. Where are you going to get together in a place with old people and young people and married couples and singles and all these different people from all walks of life who share a community identity? Where is that in our modern society, right? More likely, groups are going to be interest-based. They're not going to bring together that swath. And again, at the bar, that's one of those few places where you do kind of find some commingling of people from all walks of life.
Do you think that, let me ask you this question as a philosopher, as a professional philosopher. Do you feel that science or scientists in general have kind of thrown your profession under the bus a little? That we undervalue the necessity of philosophy?
Obviously, I agree. Yeah, I think that's true. I think one of the things that's so frustrating about this, in fact, is how much philosophy does to clear the way for science. How much it does to create a sort of underpinning for science, and especially atheistic scientists. When they throw philosophy under the bus, it's really, really puzzling and galling, because what is atheism but a philosophical position? Either it's a position on epistemology where you're not going to believe because there's not evidence. That's an epistemological position. Or it's a philosophical carryover of what they think the scientific facts show. These are philosophical inferences from there. And so as an atheist to bash philosophy when it's precisely philosophy which vanquishes theology, and especially when the philosophical field understands all this, and you have 67% of professional philosophers who are either lean towards or identify as atheists, and you have less than 16% who either lean towards or identify as theists among philosophers. We are more atheistic than scientists are. And so it's really baffling when scientists don't trust us to be able to, atheist scientists don't trust that philosophy is a worthwhile discipline. Now, I will say this. The problem is that philosophy, there is room for some more crankery. It is harder to tell apart good philosophy from crank. And there are there are going to be some controversial positions which may have a longer life in the philosophical community than in other places. And you have subsets of philosophy that are done badly, and the whole field can be skewed in various times. It is not a perfect discipline by any stretch. But the point is this: the questions we deal with will not go away by ignoring them. People have to work out issues of conceptual clarity, consistency, integrated, holistic views of the world. They're going to have to speculate, and they're going to have to be logically rigorous when they speculate. And if you try and crush philosophy departments, if you try and disparage the practice of philosophy, all that is going to happen is that when people inevitably come up against philosophical questions, they will just do it that much more poorly, rather than informed by as rigorous attempts as we've been able to come up with to do it well. You can't avoid philosophical questions, and so bashing philosophers is not helpful. The questions won't go away. So either you show a scientific way to solve the same questions, or you show the philosophers where their methods are wrong, and you come up with a better philosophical method, and you can do great work that way. But you can't just say these questions are bullshit, because they will not go away.
Well, I like the way that there was I recently interviewed, although I haven't put it up because it's sort of like a preview for an upcoming show that I'm working on. I'm only going to release it after I finish the book. But I recently interviewed Victor Stenger. I don't know if you know him. He wrote a bunch of books, God, the Failed Hypothesis, and so on and so forth. And he started off as a professor of physics, but eventually he became an adjunct professor of philosophy as well. And in his latest book, he was talking about how he felt that once he really started to study philosophy, that he felt like all his scientific arguments became clearer. That it was something like for him that is like, look, if you can't explain what you believe using the tools of philosophy, then you're still just almost pretending that you're doing science. You can't cut it out of there because it's really the clarity of thought that's necessary as sort of like a, you know, as an ally. And I feel that it is a bit weird that, you know, some scientists have thrown under the bus. I can only assume, if I can play the devil's advocate here for a second, I mean, the very reason why you're becoming a bit of a, you know, Socratic rogue is maybe that, you know, there's still something wrong with the way that we're teaching philosophy right now. What is that thing that's wrong? Where are people fucking up?
That's a really good question. I think where they go wrong, I think part of the problem is that philosophy has been relegated to the humanities. And as a result of that, there's a strong emphasis, and I was trained this way, to emphasize the classics, especially for students, because I think that, especially for introductory students, there's an attitude that we're part of the humanities of catching up the kids with Western civilization. You know, I think there's something great to that. It's wonderful that everyone in country should learn Plato and Descartes, and they should know this stuff. They should know our legacy. And yet, the problem is those guys are brilliant, and they have insights that a philosopher can find still. But to contemporary students, they're clearly false in a lot of ways. There's a lot of wrongness in it. I just did this historical philosophy class, and you know, and I did feel embarrassed when I'm showing these arguments to my students, and they can see right through them, and they're like, "Why are you bothering showing this to us?" And it's like, well, because working through these were the first steps towards this process, towards getting to these modern understandings. And there's still a lot of value there. Like, one of the reasons I study historical philosophy is because they're out of touch with our time, and that means they have insights which are counterintuitive to us, which can always replenish and sort of, you know, like when, you know, they're reinvigorating out of, you know, to bring them back into the contemporary.
It's great to know what's wrong, in other words.
It's great to know what's wrong, and there's also left behind insights that in going a new direction that is a lot better in a lot of ways, we lose something that's right, that we overcorrected against. And so the question is how to retain what was right in the past that's been overcorrected for and bring it back. And so there is value in going to the historical, but I think that it creates in students' minds the idea that this is all just history. It's a history class. It's a history of before when we knew how to think. But meanwhile, professional philosophers are working out extraordinarily complicated and sophisticated contemporary views, which are making some kinds of progress. The problem, though, is that you're almost never going to be able to make. It's very difficult to make the progress in philosophy accessible to people outside of philosophy, because you have to actually understand the philosophy. Philosophy is about technical distinctions. And so if you simplify it, it will sound like common sense, and it won't at all be compelling. In other words, philosophy is a very hard thing to boil down. It's something that that the learner has to learn how to do, rather than have it handed to them. If a physicist or a biologist comes to you and says, "Oh, here are the facts we found," then you can just take those facts and believe them. You don't have to learn to think like a philosopher, a physicist, or a biologist to take the facts and accept them. In order to understand a philosophical fact, you have to learn to do philosophy. And that's the problem, is that it's very difficult, and you can't just hand over a bunch of insights and say, "Oh, well, this is what philosophers discovered." You have to train scientists and lay people and whomever else to understand the philosophical points themselves. We can't supply you with a ready-made platter of facts. And the final thing is that people just can't, in an age of science where they say, here's your platter of facts, being told that there are multiple competing interesting paradigms that you can work through for yourself and come to different conclusions on doesn't sound like knowledge. But it is a kind of knowledge.
Well, you also have to admit, though, that there's an element of philosophy. I don't know if this is purposeful or if it's just sort of a consequence of the way that the system is geared. But as time goes on, like, philosophers begin using their own internal speech, if you want, that's very difficult to understand. And it's often like, the subtle art of obfuscation, if I can say. Like we're just now, it's almost like if you can cloud certain lousy philosophical arguments, just the right way, you can hide a poor argument. And I think it's very difficult for any layperson to walk into a poorly constructed but very, very sophisticated philosophical argument and be able to point that out. So there's a bit of it's a tough thing to navigate, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that the first thing is jargon's inevitable. I hate jargon, and as a philosopher, I'm very bad at jargon, and it's embarrassing because I don't try and hook onto the jargon. I kind of constantly re-derive the ideas myself and try and keep them tethered to the world. But the reason for the jargon is that without technical words, right, then what winds up happening is we talk past one another. So if there are 10 meanings of a word, there are 10 nuanced ways to make a distinction. If you're using the same word for all 10 of those things, then we're always going to be confused, right? So there's a tendency in any field to make technical terms technical. That's different than obfuscation. A technical term avoids obfuscation because it removes the 10 meanings of the word that could all be sliding between ambiguously, right? That increases obfuscation and increases disagreement because we're talking past one another. We're using the same word for 10 different things, and that's why we don't understand one another and have fights. On the other hand, there is a lot of obfuscation, and I hate to say this, I don't mean to pin that one school is all bad, but there's a lot of obfuscation in the realm of what's known as continental philosophy. There's a lot of postmodernism that is very about obfuscating for its own sake, it seems. And I struggled with this a lot. I studied continental philosophy as a graduate student, and I felt extremely dispirited that I didn't learn very much. And it's because there is a lot of like words eating themselves rather than making progress. The problem is that a lot of the stuff where the words eat themselves and don't make progress, a lot of that's very stimulating in a poetic way, and some people find a lot of resonance in that. And on the other hand, you have stuff that is so technical and precise, so that it can be provenly not bullshit. It's all very, very technical. But the problem is it's so dense and impossible to read and not connected to life, no one will read it. So we have these two extremes. So you have to be a very, very conscientious writer to be able to be technically savvy without using the jargon that will lose ordinary people. And also, you have to also be engaging without becoming lost in your own words and obfuscating. And so yeah, I'm just becoming poetry, but not actually technical. So the goal is to find some center. And a lot of philosophers aren't concerned about that. They're just concerned about precision or this groping process. And I'm trying to be in the middle. I'm trying to be accessible.
Or even the worst of one side, which is basically to engage in what Jerry Coyne calls deepities. Things that sound very nice but don't really have any inherent meaning.
Yeah, but again, it's philosophy which exposes that stuff. I mean, when people think philosophers are bullshitters, I mean, no. I mean, yes, there are some who will play with language and they will engage in deepities. I grant you that. However, the tools that we use, especially the analytics, they're all about stopping the deepity in its tracks. I mean, we are bullshit detectors, and that's where I can tell the difference between the two, and that's the whole goal is to make clearer and better distinctions. And the analytics, especially the analytic tradition, which is dominant in the Anglo-American world, they're very, very anti-deepity in every way. And the Continentals, you'll have some of that, but the reason that they fall into the deepities is that they're trying to articulate paradoxes, and when you try and articulate a paradox, and you're trying to really grapple with how language eludes us or the world eludes us, you're going to slip into some things where you're not able to communicate clearly. And I don't think it's very helpful, but I also know that they're not all just bullshitting. They're trying to grope at something. They're trying to grope at the inarticulable and push language, and they mean well, even if sometimes it slips into bullshit. And I don't think it's all intentional.
Well, I mean, I understand. I read, well, at least I tried to read this book by, you ever hear of Buckminster Fuller? He's a very famous architect.
Nope.
You ever heard of Buckyballs?
No.
No.
Sounds fun.
Okay. Yeah, they do sound kind of fun. Well, anyways, if you've ever seen like a geodesic dome, for instance, he's the one who designed that. And he has this book. I
You cut out.
Because you know, this is we feel a little lost, man. We can feel like, how can I tell the difference between Buckminster being weird and somebody else being full of shit? How can I tell the difference?
Right. Well, that's why I would say that you have to be able to ask yourself whether or not the concepts can be clarified, right? If what you're recognizing is that it's full of equivocations, and the only reason this sounds deep is because it's being so vague you can't pin anything down, then that's probably bullshit. And that's why like what you have to be able to do is say, can we make clear rational distinctions based upon these concepts? And if you can't, then you're not, if you're not actually clarifying the issues, then you're not getting anywhere. That's really the best I can say. So that's why when I look at,
you know what, I think it's a matter of bravery, though, right? Sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
Oh yeah, no, I said it's kind of like sometimes it could be a matter of bravery. Like there's this guy called Howard Bloom, and he wrote this book called The God Problem. And I tried to read it, and after I got to about page 100, I realized that he was full of shit. That he's just one of these guys that can just basically regurgitate anything that a person says. And then I went and I looked at all the comments, and you know, there were the typical, oh, it's brilliant, and then only just a few that were willing to question and say, there's nothing of value here. So I think ultimately maybe what we all need is sometimes, once in a while, we may not be trained in philosophy, but we can already smell a bad argument. But if a person throws around the fact that they know philosophy, we can feel a little bit like, oh, I'm put in my place. Do I really know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's why, like, I feel a strong pressure as a philosopher to always wear my reasons on my sleeves. And, you know, and any good philosopher shouldn't feel, all right, a philosopher should feel comfortable being challenged, and they should become clearer when they become challenged. They should be able to answer a direct question by breaking the issue down and showing you their logic. The only place where I feel like philosophers can have, I think that I wrote a whole article about this, where I think that the one reason we can become a little bit, sometimes, maybe some of us more than others, a little bit dogmatic seeming, is because often what's going on is that we've developed a very intricate picture in which it's like if you have all the parts to build a machine, and you have to, like, if you were basically told that these 100 parts can be combined into a machine that does X, right? And you say, okay, how can I combine these 100 parts? And what you realize is the best way to use part A, right? This one part is as this particular doohickey, right? It does this kind of thing. And if you link up A and B and C together in a certain way, you can make the whole machine run. You know, because then you've also aligned V over here and N over there.
It's like a rocket ship, right? All the fucking 30,000 parts to get this sucker up in the air, right?
Exactly. And so if you look at concepts that way, right, a philosopher who's very thoughtful and has a whole system working, basically is putting all the different parts of all the different intuitions we have that we're trying to make sense of, they've arranged them in such a way that when they work together, they're going to fly, if you just sift it this way. The problem then is when you say, well, I want to use the A and not connect it to the B and the C, I want to connect the A over here to the G, that philosopher's whole machine would crash if you tried that. And they have to try and convey to you why that is, right? They have to convey to you that there's a logic to not doing that. There's a logic to structuring it this other way. And that they don't know of any system where you can hook up A and G together and make the whole machine work. Because they see that every time they've tried to do that, or anytime someone else has tried to do that, it may look appealing, but it will blow up the machine. And if that metaphor sort of makes sense, it's a matter of having a bunch of pieces that intricately work together. And that's why that's why I often find myself, I'll say things that I know to other people sound ludicrous, but it's because I know that in the bigger interconnected machine I've got, I'm able to account for a whole lot of the world to make it work sense. And if you could see how all those other parts were working, you'd know why I said this particular thing. But if you're hearing something, like if you don't see how it fits to all the other things, it sounds just arbitrary and confused. Does that make sense?
I think so. I mean, like, if I can just sort of like retranslate, in other words, it's that sometimes some certain philosophies can be just built upon this structure that you might not be able to immediately identify what are all the elements. And I suppose that's kind of the challenge of philosophy, right? Like you said it before, I'd love to go from A to G and ignore B and C and D. And sometimes that might work. Like, I think the part of philosophy is always, part of you always tries to simplify things as much as possible. Can we get rid of B? Can we get rid of C? But a lot of times you realize, but if it wasn't for those structures, G doesn't make sense, or G is now, counterintuitive, or all of this other kind of stuff.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and essentially this is kind of like, I guess, now that you're a bit like, you're now Seneca. Well, you're not living in a barrel, but, we don't know if that'll be, one of the long-term consequences of your now out in the world philosophy. But part of this whole approach, I think, is kind of like, it almost sounds like you're really trying to make philosophy accessible to absolutely everyone. Am I wrong?
No, that's my point. I want to be a public philosopher. I want to be someone who does philosophy in the public square, who's relevant to people. I want to be the guy who philosophy professors are irritated because their students are reading me instead of technical philosophy and bringing it up in class, right? That's the dream, is to be the guy who actually goes right to the people with a system that makes sense to people and helps them through. And and I think like being part of a movement is what allows you to do that. And that's why I'm very excited by that.
So give me an idea. So you're now that you're sort of like you're about to leave your profession as an adjunct professor, but you have plans coming up. So you're trying out some new stuff. Tell me a little bit about the upcoming stuff you got working on.
Well, like I said, there's the online classes, so anyone can study with me. Interactive right here on Google Hangout. So it's not like some correspondence course. You sit down with me and we chat about philosophy. That's it. And we go through systematically ethics or Nietzsche. Those are my favorite subjects to teach, but I also love the philosophy for atheists class and work through that class. I do as basically it's like half philosophy of religion, half intro class, where we do all the topics in philosophy but have a spin on how they're relevant to atheists. And we do the counter-apologetics stuff, anti-religious stuff, but also look at things sensitively and try and work out, really understand what might be appealing about some arguments for the existence of God. It's not all religion bashing by any means. So there's those classes. There's the philosophical counseling, and then the other thing I'm going to be doing is, in addition to my blog Camels with Hammers, which will keep going, it's still going to be my primary location, I'm going to start a second blog, and I'm going to start a podcast. And these are projects with a new blog/podcast network called Secular Programming, started by Tanner Campbell of the No Godcast. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a new podcast, and the podcast is going to be very focused on interviews with more academics, more philosophers. I want to talk to people writing interesting books and coming from academic sources, and then sometimes we'll talk to atheists. But I'd like to kind of really highlight the work of so many great ethicists in particular. Like I want to just basically start contacting ethicists all over the country and giving them a place to reach a larger audience, a more mainstream audience with all these wonderful findings that they're doing in academia that aren't reaching the mainstream consciousness. So I really want to find under-talked about academic people and who do really great work. And want to do that, and I want to. The other thing I'm going to do is that the new blog for secular programming is going to be a once weekly blog, and it's going to be called Empowerment Ethics. And empowerment ethics is what I'm dubbing my ethical system. It's slightly different, than utilitarianism and deontology. It's its own thing. It's similar to everything else. I'm incorporating insights from everyone, but it's distinct from virtue theory. It's distinct from utilitarianism, deontology. It's a particular spin on ethics with human empowerment as the central ethical goal. And that's the ideal. Rather than human pleasure, rather than just being a virtuous person, the goal is how can we most empower ourselves and others? And that's the central ethical idea. What I want to do is do a blog that every week breaks down my whole ethical system from root to branch, from the very theoretical meta-ethical stuff, as we call it, like the what makes something good, what makes a norm level, all the way up to the norms, how do we come up with the right decision-making procedure for the best ethical action, all the way to the level of practical advice for how to live, and then even to the level of applied ethics, how do we deal with thorny ethical dilemmas of our time, and all the way from there to contemporary events, talking about them. How would an empowerment ethics respond to the news, right? So those 5 levels of ethical interest, all the way from the very hardcore theoretical to the normative applications, all the way to the most practical for the life, how to live a life stuff. That whole project, I want to lay it out digestible piece at a time, week by week, on the blog with the theme constantly running. This is empowerment ethics. That way it's much more accessible way for people to get into my philosophy and learn about it and help give me feedback on it about what a lay audience and technical audience, what they really want me to say to them so that they can learn like how they need it pitched to them. I want to figure that out by writing this blog and kind of help people, because I think that when they just read random blog posts, it's a lot to absorb. So I think like a steady consciousness about what this is about.
And also one that's organized in a way that might, like if there's a progression, right, in this empowerment ethics, a blog doesn't necessarily dictate. It dictates based on stage, not necessarily based on sort of like what stage are you at in terms of where you're moving. And I'll tell you one thing. Here's what I like about your empowerment ethics, because you said you want a philosophy that's not based on just pure happiness. Because just like my last interview, we were talking, me and Ryan, about Aldous Huxley's Brave New World.
Yes.
And I'm like, in a philosophical perspective, if you think that happiness is the height of human goodness, then I'm like, I dare you to tell me how Brave New World is not a utopia, if that's your basis of the good. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's pretty messed up.
That's exactly it. Is that pleasure is a passive thing. It's not your thriving. It's something you experience, but it's not your good. Your good is in your excellence, your thriving, your maximizing your abilities, your self-realization. It's an active thing to live a good life. Living is a verb. This is a basic Aristotelian insight. It's as old as Aristotle and developed in Nietzsche in a certain particular way. And that's what I want to emphasize, is that the good in life is that we be empowered to flourish, not just that we have these passive states of pleasure. And that's where I always push back against the idea that ethics is just about well-being or just about survival or anything like that. It's much more about being. It's about thriving in what we do and how we live. And what I want to kind of bridge is one of the major problems in ethics, 2 of the major problems, is why must I do this, right? Why must I be ethical rather than just be selfish? And then the other question is whether or not humans even can do something that's not selfish, these problems of egoism. And what I want to argue is that, look, if you really understand, and I don't think this is just a prejudice, I think if you really are technical about it, if you're really philosophically careful about it, it really becomes clear that for us to really thrive in our powers usually means, I would say actually always really means, actually doing the kinds of things that actually empower others. And there shouldn't be this disconnect between self-interest and other interest, where there shouldn't ever have to be, or at least rarely would ever have to be, cases of genuinely sacrificing your own thriving for others' thriving. It really should be a matter of when you are at your best you do things that make others' lives better and them more able to do their best. The great engineer is the one who builds things that work for other people, and that's how the engineer is powerful, through what they create. The great governor, the great ruler, is not the one that strangles and chokes and kills his people, but it's the ruler who can survey their whole realm and say, look at the thriving that's going on because of my judicious governance, and institutions and laws that lead to thriving for centuries. And that's the person you build a statue to, not the person who just kills people, or not the person who through their own short-sightedness destroys the country.
I liken it, actually. I think that we should all view ourselves as coral, if you will, because coral is built on the bones, the skeletons of the ancestors. You do not have reefs, coral reefs, without a generation having sacrificed its own structure to provide that, whatever structure necessary for the next generation. I think the position that we're in right now, given our time, given our technological understanding, is that we could build cities that could last 10,000 years. We have those capabilities. But are we going to do this? Do we think that's important? Or are we just really interested in our own little 70-year lifespan, and then that's all she wrote?
And that's exactly it, is that when you do things that empower people and create and make things better, like perpetually better, then you are powerful through that. Like, someone who really wants to be powerful is not just interested in the trappings that we give to people we think of as powerful. They're genuinely interested in actually having a real legacy, not just stealing the credit for it and not leaving behind a graveyard or something that's defective.
Well, my hope is that you're going to be leaving a legacy, and one of the themes, I'm going to say, on the telethon, this is my catchphrase, if you will. I always say, because atheists are always very interested in trying to, we want to have an image that we're just as generous as religious counterparts and that kind of stuff. But I think it's very important to remember, in such a young scene, that charity begins at homepage, and this is very relevant to the stuff that Dan's about to do, because he's going to go take a risk for all of you guys. This is fucking happening. And as somebody who's taken that risk before, I can't stress this enough. If you have even the most mild fucking interest, you need to get involved, because professional atheists are few and far between. And Dan's about to take the motherfucking plunge, yo!
Yep. And I appreciate
so hopefully now people know that they need to support you.
Yeah, please. And that's it's important to really stress that I think there's a real look, I devoted my life to this, and I don't have any money, and I don't have job security, and to get this PhD, it took me years of being paid between $10,000 and $13,000 a year to live off of, and then I've taught 93 classes at the university level for $3,800 or $4,200 a class. Even less sometimes. One school was paying me $2,800 a class. The kind of investment I've made for very little money makes me very unashamed to say that I've developed a lot, and I want to give a lot and write a lot, and those of us who want to help provide resources that really can help promote a humanist and develop a humanist point of view, we need to be supported. At some point, we can't just be doing all this labor for free. And so, it's not a matter of being greedy. It's just, I'd like to someday have health insurance too. And I don't think that, like, when we're a culture that will pay a corporation, but it won't pay the people who are going to develop, humanistic ideals and spread them and write things that can help promote this stuff, then no wonder if all the money goes to those who bankrupt the country instead and raid the treasury. Well, then, yeah, of course, you're not going to have a very good philosophy in the country, and you're just going to perpetuate a rotten ethics. So, thank you.
Well, I think it's the U.S., and I got to tell you, because I market to them, they're a little bit, if you were European, you might have a little bit of an easier time. People can be a little bit harsh and cruel because they're all, there's always that whole, is there a market for it? The harsh American view. Like, if you're a business and you made it in America, you'll make it anywhere in the fucking world, guaranteed. It's a tough market, but I want people to recognize and to understand that they don't know the impact of the stuff that people like you are working on right now. Like, what is what is the value of what you're doing 30 years from now? I don't know. But it has some. And because it's so difficult for us to know, I think we should be enthusiastic enough to think that it's worth it. You know what I mean?
I totally agree. I totally agree. Look, I mean, when you only believe that all that matters and all it's worth paying for is whatever is going to make a buck, then you have a culture that doesn't put anything over making a buck, and that's a problem. And I know that a lot of atheists will use the excuse that, well, religions exploit for money and, you know, they're all greedy, so we're not going to have the same problem. We're not going to pay our leaders. Well, then you're not going to have anything, because you're not going to have people who can devote their full-time energies and efforts. You're not going to lead talented people to your cause. The religions fund themselves, and they're smart that way. And the problem is, the only problem with money and values is that obviously, if you're paying someone, you know, obviously someone who's saying what people want to hear for the money, that would be a problem. But I'm never going to do that. I'm going to tell you that. I could have done that. If I wanted to do that, I could have just gone to law school 10 years ago and made amends, but I didn't. There's a reason for that.
Well, I hope that when I finish this telethon, I hope that the thing that I'm leaving, I mean, everybody that I interviewed, you know, they were on my show before, and there were people that sometimes I was trying to help, promoting, and all this other kind of stuff. And I think it's really just, it's important for us to recognize it's not just the value today. It's the value in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and I don't think it's fair that people that have put in so much time, like yourself, are really still forced, like, you know, are put in a position of complete economic insecurity, not just because of what, you know, like how little you're making now, but the job opportunities you may be sacrificing because of how open you are and vocal you are about what you believe. And I still think, I'm like, let's not throw other atheists under the bus for being brave, everybody, because that's, you know, like, if you ever enjoyed any of fucking articles from Dan, and there's a part of you that if he's having some fucking struggles, I mean, you owe it to him, man. That's how I see it. That's how I fucking see it. And if anybody disagrees with me, well, you can email me and I'll have a fucking argument with you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You know, I mean, I have to admit, obviously, you know, I've benefited from having a free platform. That meant people discovered me without having to pay, and I've gotten their readership because it's been for free. But yeah, you know, so I'm grateful for the readers in that way, and but at a certain point, you know, if they don't give back, it dies. You know, anyone who wishes, like Camels with Hammers, I can only update it a couple times a week right now because I'm so busy with my other jobs. And the people who love the blog and wished I was able to do it every day, it's like, well, unless you guys pay me, it doesn't happen.
I remember there was this one person who actually. One of my episodes, I will admit, it was very personal. It was episode 317. I was explaining to people I lost my, you know, art book and all the kind of terrible things that happened during my, you know, attempt to make this fucking book here. But I remember one person commented as being like, "Hey man, be a professional." And although I didn't respond immediately to that, I'm like, "Why don't you pay me like one and I'll be one?"
Well, that's exactly it. Yeah, you know, like we're in a field where, I mean, like, they won't even pay professionals like professionals. You know, I've tried to go to the universities and I've done stellar teaching. I have the student evaluations to show it. And I'm not writing through the traditional academic system, and so I don't get the credit. But if you look at the quality of the work and it's all accessible, I stand by it. I'm doing legitimate philosophy. I'm a committed writer. I churn out more words than the vast majority of philosophers a year, and they're serious, thoughtful pieces. And you know, the fact that the economy does not pay the kind of professional work I'm doing, and academia is treating professors like fast food employees, and the fast food employees are being treated like less than, you know, human. So, you know, in that sort of an economy, yeah, it's absurd.
Well, my hope is that you were going to be like Seneca during his glory days, you know, where everybody was just throwing money at him. Not when he had to sort of like give it all up, live in a barrel because he was about to get killed. I'm talking about the real sweet times for Seneca. So hopefully that's coming up because, you know, I've always loved your stuff, Dan, and, you know, I'm a big supporter of all the things you do, and I just
really
want to succeed and shit, you know.
I really appreciate it, Jake. It's rare someone takes the time to point out that I need to make a living. I really appreciate you doing so.
Hey, it's what I do. All right, with that, I'd like to thank my guest, Dan Finke. Thank you so much for coming on and catching up with what's been going on. I mean, like I said, you're on my best of DVD, buddy, and that was because everybody, after I finished the interview, they're like, one of the best interviews, they were telling me. So obviously this podcast you're gonna make is gonna be a big success. So I'm just looking forward to when it all comes out, dude.
Thank you so much. Anytime you want, I'm willing to help out, Jake. I really appreciate all your support.
All right. All right, take it easy, buddy.
Bye.
Welcome back.
And we're back. I hope you guys enjoyed the interview with Dan Finke. It was, it's always fun to talk to Dan because I feel like he's just, well, as a philosopher, it's just about clarity of thought. So every time I talk to him, I feel like, things are a little bit clearer. And I hope you guys are excited about what he was talking about before when he was mentioning his philosophical therapy. Like, I'm intrigued with the idea. It never occurred to me before that someone could have a problem where they're just not, some concept that they have in their brain just doesn't make sense philosophically, right? They need help to sort it out. And it may seem obvious to some people, oh yeah, well, just here you go through this logical part. Well, not everybody has those kinds of tools, or sometimes even if when they do, they can get a little bit stuck. So having a professional philosopher at your reach, that's kind of neat. Do we need philosophy in our lives? I think we do. I think we've underestimated philosophy. I think that was the whole point of the talk with Dan. I hope you guys felt, philosophy is not dead. We have another philosophy professor that's going to be coming up later. That's Peter Boghossian. That's another great talk. But before we have that one, there's we have kind of like a musical guest who also did an interview, and his name is MC Brooks. And the thing about MC Brooks is that we had once upon a time tried to do an interview, and it did not go so well. Here's what happened. This is kind of embarrassing. So I'm all about embarrassment, so we'll go with that. So what essentially happened was that I had interviewed him, and, it was an honest look at his past life and, his move into atheism and the difficulty of being, African American and being an atheist and prejudice inside the scene or in society at large. So it was a pretty complex talk. And unfortunately, when the talk was over, I didn't stop hitting the record button. It just kind of kept recording. So I went to bed, and then I woke up, and it had recorded 18 hours of nothing. And the file was so huge that it was corrupt as shit. I couldn't, it was unrescuable. It was disappointing as hell. So it was lost forever. So I would have probably, I think that the talk was good enough that it would have been on the Essentials probably. So now I had to have him, if you want, back on. And this one's a good one, and he performs during it too, during live. So, it was live when he did it. So what you get to see is sort of the unedited part of that interview with MC Brooks. So we're going to go to that, and then when we come back, we're gonna have an interview with Peter Boghossian. Now, before we go, I want to remind everybody that we need your pledges. Remember, this is a telethon here, and so if you're on the site, if you're on thegoodatheist.net or if you're on jacobforte.com, you'll see there's all these things that you can get. There's postcards. There are the ebook. If you have all these things and you're not even interested, I got a couple of comments saying, "Hey, Jake, what do I do if I want to give more than these things?" Well, that's a very good question. Remember, what we want is pledges from people. So when you see the big contact us, which I don't know if I can make bigger. It's pretty big when you go scroll at the bottom. You see a big contact us button. And what you do is you get in touch with us and you tell us how much you want to pledge. And then we get back in touch with you because operators are not standing by, you see. We got to call you later. We don't have the resources to have like people sitting by telephones and shit. That requires resources we do not have. We're lucky enough that we're actually doing this. This is insane. I can't even believe it. We had, one hiccup so far?
Not too many. Not too many.
Okay, maybe not one.
Pretty good for a first run. 12 hours in a row.
I am curious how many people out there have been tuning in from the beginning. You know what I mean? There's got to be like one or two people. They're probably the ones that are at like 12 o'clock. They're like, "Where's my feed?" and we were experiencing technical difficulties on our very first live broadcast.
Because of those difficulties, I think I should mention that we'll be going a little bit late tonight, just to make sure we get all of those interviews out to you.
Yep, and
Probably around 1 o'clock, I think.
You know what? We might go beyond that, and I'm sure that no one's going to be complaining about it. If I don't collapse and die, I'm sure that we're going to wrap it up real nice. I'm feeling a little bit tired here, but I always get a bit of a second wind right around this time, and now I'm going to have a good, nice 45-minute break while you guys enjoy my interview with MC Brooks. And after that, I think I'm going to be pumped because I've got this great story that I want to tell you guys about, something else that I'm working on in the long run with my TV producer guy, something that he's really passionate about, and I want to tell you guys because it's going to blow your minds. Blow your minds. Anyways, I don't want to overhype it. But coming up next, my interview with MC Brooks, so stay tuned for that. And remember, we need your pledges. This is a telethon, so pledge if you're watching this, and stay tuned for the MC Brooks interview.
Welcome back to the telethon, and today my guest would have been a repeat guest. I actually did an interview with him shortly after Reason Rally. I'm trying to remember what year that was. That was a while back.
I think it was last year.
Yeah, well, it was some time ago, and it was unfortunate too because it was a really great interview. So we're gonna try to get another kick of the can a long time after the fact. So now I have on the show a return guest, MC Brooks. Thanks for coming on, man.
No problem, man. Thanks for having me.
Well, I'll give people a bit of a background story of how we met exactly. So I went to Mandisa Thomas held an event. I'm trying to remember, what was it called? The event?
The Reason Rally After Party.
Reason Rally After Party. And let me tell you guys something. There's not a lot of people that organize a party like she does. It was a pretty damn good time. It was the best time of the entire event. And then got to meet Graydon, and I got to meet you, and then everybody else from G Unit. Although I don't know if by then it's probably grown since then. In any case, I got to meet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's grown. But I got to meet a lot of people there and really experience something I had not experienced before, which was live hip hop. That was the first for me, by the way. So awesome. I got to say, I really enjoyed the show. So that's why I originally brought you on, because I wanted to talk about, and maybe we can start with this. I wanted to talk about your experiences as, going from, being in this environment full of believers to now sort of like being not just an atheist, but a vocal atheist about these things. So give me a bit of your background story there for everybody.
I've been an atheist for about 11 years now. I'm 25 years old. Like most people, like most African Americans in America, I grew up in the church. My parents are Catholic. My grandfather was extremely religious. He was Catholic also. I went to Catholic school my whole life, basically up until I went to college. So up until 18, I was raised in the church, and I went to a Catholic school. And I've always kind of been kind of a questioner. Like, I've always been a kind of person that wanted to know kind of the why when someone is telling me information. They're trying to get me to believe something. And unfortunately, though, when I was younger, I had a lot of self-esteem issues, so I wasn't really vocal. I kept a lot of stuff inside. Somewhere around, I think when I was about 13, 14 years old, I kind of started to have a little bit of doubt, because I didn't really understand, why I did a lot of the things that I did at that age. Like, I didn't understand why I had to go to church on Saturdays and Sundays. I didn't understand why I had to have a religion class, at the school. None of my friends in my neighborhood, because they all went to public school, none of them had a religion class. None of them had Bible study. None of them had any of that going on. It was just me, and I didn't understand. I'm like, why? I don't understand.
This is bogus.
Yeah, I'm like, this is crap. Everyone else gets to play. I got to go to church. But in any case, so fast forward a couple months after I first started to have my doubt, I was a big fan of history. I was a huge history nerd in high school, and my freshman year of high school at a Catholic high school, my teacher was teaching us about, I believe we had gone over the African slave trade that brought Africans to the country, and then we also later had gone over the Holocaust, and I asked my teacher, I was like, how, because we were in a Catholic school, I asked them, hey, like, how could, this God that we worship and whatnot, that, we praise, that we pray to before we start class, how could he just allow, these horrible, awful things to happen, to happen? And he gave me some half-assed answer, and I wasn't really buying it and whatnot. So I went home later that day, and I went online, and I read a bit more. I went a bit deeper, and I read, I got, some non-sugar coated information about the horrors of the Holocaust and slavery, and I'm just like, this shit makes no sense. Like this.
So are you telling me that even what you were learning in school was really, how much were they sugarcoating that in Catholic school in terms of the slave trade here?
I mean, they let's just say, well, they didn't really. I'll put it like this: they didn't really go in detail. They just kind of glossed over, like, yeah, they were here, they got beat, they didn't really get to eat. They didn't really get to eat a lot. They had to work these ridiculous 18-hour days, and they just kind of glossed over like that. Like they didn't mention, anything about the rapes, the murders, the,
families torn apart.
Right, like the specificities of what happened here. They just kind of glossed over this stuff, and I got pissed off after reading all of this stuff, and I'm like, there's no way. Now, I used to have a blog back then, Zanga, or no, it was a live journal, and I remember
You were live journaling? Oh, you are.
Yes, yeah. I was 14, dude. I was so I had a live journal, and I actually still have the post. I wrote this really long. It seems like a run-on sentence. It seemed like a run-on sentence because I was really awful with punctuation. This really long paragraph just saying all this shit is bullshit. There's no way a God could exist and let this stuff happen. Like there's no way you can tell me you love me and then all this awful shit was happening. You know what I mean? Like there's no way possible. It didn't. I couldn't rationalize it, and I was emotional at the time. So a couple days later, like I was kind of back to my old routine, but then it just kind of stuck to me, and then kind of over time, the more I really thought about it, the more I was like, okay, yeah, this really is bullshit. Like I wasn't just emotional. Like this actually was BS. And then I coupled that with a couple of my science courses that I took in high school, and I was just like, okay, yeah, this is BS. This is BS. I'm over it now.
It takes a while for a human being to, because when you read something in a book or you're being told something by adults, we have a tendency, just like all youths, to believe that a person is not trying to deceive you, that the information they have is correct and accurate. And then you reach this point where now you're smart enough to get the fact that people lie to you all the time. Facts can easily be distorted, and people have fucking agendas.
Exactly. And here's an interesting thing. I actually had a friend of mine who I knew online who was an atheist, but we never kind of had that discussion because religion, it never really came up whenever we would talk. Because all we talked about was like video games and girls. Like we didn't really talk about religion or anything serious. But I do remember, when he would get into it with other people, some of like he would have some of the things he would say would about how it was a logical impossibility for God to exist, and all this stuff in the Bible was bullshit and whatnot also. And like I didn't really pay it too much attention, but when I started to have my own doubt, and I started to kind of think kind of a bit more about some of the things that he used to say and that he used to post, and I'm like, wow, like I understand what he meant.
What was the influence? What was the biggest influence once you started getting into atheism? Let's say,
Mm-hmm.
what was the single biggest influence on your thinking, and what influences you even today? Like, what kind of stuff do you follow? What attracts you to the scene?
Oh man, to be completely honest, it's a little tough. I mean, when I was well, in high school specifically, the first couple years, I was really in the closet because my family was religious. All of my friends were also. I didn't really have anybody to go to. Like my friend that I just previously mentioned, me and him had lost contact, so I didn't really have anyone that I could really kind of go to um, about this stuff. So I kind of just kept it kind of to myself, and the more I learned, because in our Catholic high school, we had things like we had a class that was an actual Bible study. Like it was part of the curriculum. You had to take it, and like um, the more I kind of learned about it and actually like read the Bible, I thought it was kind of BS. I didn't really get introduced to um, I didn't really get introduced to anybody in particular until I want to say way down the line. And to be honest, I can't even name I couldn't even tell you who the first person I came across who kind of I guess really had that big of an influence on me.
So
Um,
you were more and more kind of like your atheism developed in its own bubble, I guess, its own
yeah,
shell. It was all of your, and I think that a lot of people don't realize that there's so many people out there that are just exactly the same way. And of course, because the atheism community, if you want, is such a small world.
right.
It's almost impossible to reach out. And besides, I mean, like, I got to be honest. I mean, the scene hasn't done exactly the best thing at attracting people that aren't exactly like me or whoever is exactly producing the content, and that's a
Right.
huge issue.
Exactly. You're 110% right. And that was another thing I definitely noticed, and kind of what turned me off um, to religion. I mean, I was really ignorant about race, especially when I was a youth, also. So um, I really wasn't thinking about that too much, especially when it came to religion. I just knew that the vast majority of the people who look like me and the vast majority of the people that I live around um, are extremely religious. I didn't really understand why. I kind of chalked it up to they got it from the slave masters. I just kind of chalked it up to that, but I never really gave it a whole lot of thought when I was younger.
Well, there's something that I felt when listening to the lyrics of your music and Gradient's music and a lot of other magicians that are part of the G Unit,
Magicians.
the Grand Unified, yeah, your own little club.
Hmm.
Is that what struck me is that I guess I never really liked a lot of hip hop because I didn't identify with it. I always felt that the hip hop that I was listening didn't take me seriously. Didn't think I was smart because the topics and things like that are not things that interested me. And then I listened to your music, and now you're just trying. You're working out a thought process throughout the song. You're bringing me into your thought process, and it's not just sort of like the "oh, I want bitches and hoes" shit. And which is
Right.
that's the image that we have. But I don't think that people would understand that once you really like the lyrics, the content of it, you have a very different attitude about rap music.
Exactly. And folks also, kind of don't really understand that hip hop is a huge genre. Just like with any other genre of music. You can't, we can't just allow bitches and hoes rap to really kind of define how vast, the genre is. Because there are people like myself and Tombstone and Graydon that are out here, and even before us, there were rappers out in the mainstream that that had these kind of themes and messages to it, a lot of times they weren't getting heard, or these weren't the songs that were chosen to be singles for people to get an opportunity to really listen to. Like Dead Prez is arguably one of the biggest groups of the '90s, and folks really do love their music. Their album Let's Get Free is a classic, arguably. Um, but they never attempted to really hide the fact that they were anti-religious on their album at all. But it never really gets that mention when people talk about Dead Prez, So
Well, you have to wonder what kind of influences has had, because I think that there is a lot. I mean, probably an unbelievable amount of African American men and women that are just in this bubble where they don't believe, but who the hell are they going to talk to about this? Really?
You're exactly right. Because even like I wrote songs about it, and actually I think the very first song I wrote was this really it's awful. What I do remember of it is pretty awful, but it was this song called Stigmata. I don't really know why I named it that, to be honest. I guess it just sounded cool or some shit. But the first that was the first time I really kind of wrote my feelings about religion out on paper. And part of the reason that I even turned to music was because I didn't have that outlet. I didn't have friends I could really go to about this. I didn't have family members I could go to about this. Like my one of my uncles is a priest, and he's not only a priest, but he's like a really like well-known priest, especially at my high school. Like all the priests and teachers at my high school, they all knew him. They knew him. They knew my family. They knew me. So I didn't really have too much of an outlet. I didn't have anyone I could really go to about this. Even with some of my online friends, outside of the one atheist I knew who I've lost contact with, I didn't have anyone I could really go to, about how I felt about this, which is partially why I had to turn to music. And even when I turned to music, like a lot of those songs just kind of, they never saw the light of day because I didn't know how people would react to them.
Well, one of the things that I think is very important that maybe artists don't realize is that at the end of the day, people need to relate to something. And
right.
whether it's a comic, whether like a little cartoon that you draw, whether it's a song that you write that sort of reaches a person, because the thing that you don't understand is that if there's a part of your story that is exactly the same as somebody else, and you're describing your feelings, that is so powerful. I don't even think you can. I mean, we know how powerful that is. So you're playing with those kinds of tools, right?
Right.
You're messing around with those forces, son. But I tell you, that's a good thing. And the reason I wanted to have you on the show and because you're gonna at the end you're gonna perform like a song for us, right? That's the part. And I want people to listen to it. And when I had you on before, you were still at the EP stage. Have you actually released an album yet?
No. I was well, yeah, before, when I spoke to you before, I was working on an EP, and I kind of put it on the back burner. I'm kind of picky with some of my beat selection, and that's part of the reason my debut album is taking so long to kind of get put together, because I wanted to be perfect, and I feel like most musicians they kind of feel like this. You have an idea of how you want it to be, and I have an idea of how I want my debut album to sound. I know how I want it to come across. Like I'm halfway through recording it now, which is good, which is more progress than I was at the first time we did the interview. But I'm in the process. It's definitely become a bit more tedious because like I said, I'm picky with my beat selection, and then the more I've learned about atheism, science, feminism, racism, sexism, etc., the more I've kind of learned about that, the more I've had to go back and I've had to kind of tailor my lyrics, because I know that as we'll discuss later, like I have to be specific with some of the language that I choose to use, and that's part of the reason that my projects have taken so long to see the light of day.
Look, no one can understand this more than me. But there is something that you must understand, very, very important, all right? And this is a quote that I've been saying to most of the other artists that have been on my show. And this is a quote from Leonardo da Vinci. No dummy, so we're agreed here. So Leonardo da Vinci said this. He said that art is never finished, it's merely abandoned. You know, there is a part, we all want perfection. You don't think I want my book to be perfect? And of course, you know, any first book, first album, they have these, I don't know, they have these stigmas attached to them. We have these expectations about it, and you know, as much as I can't necessarily make a sentence work the same way that I want it, how is it different from you crafting a lyric exactly the way that you want? But what we have to keep in mind, right, is that any, you know, the longer we sit on it, the less that we're creating more work, the less that it's out there influencing, touching people, doing the thing that it needs to do. And the less even that we might learn some mistakes from it in the past. Sometimes you got to release something you don't always like, and that'll drive you to sort of like, I really want to improve. The first album had all these flaws that I saw, and you know what, the second one's not going to have them because you'll have all these other skills now anyways. But the point of it is that doing the album is not just it. You're going to have all these other things like the promotion of it, the marketing of it. You've got all these other giant leaps, and I'm going to have to tell you this straight up to your face, man. You cannot wait on perfection. You got to release this shit.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. I have a release date in mind. It's going to be either February or March of next year. That's
a great date.
That's my deadline, and it's around my birthday. So part of my promotion is going to be, you know, birthday gift. Buy my shit. So,
hey, March is great. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people like you know, I've been interviewing bands. March is a very popular time to release it, so that's a smart choice on your part. Hopefully by then too, when you have it, you have a good you know, like plan to give these shows. And I think, you know,
definitely.
You should look at also maybe potentially streaming some of your shows and stuff, things like that. The internet population should be your audience. I mean, it's
definitely, and we're
they're out there.
We're going to be doing that. Grand Unified, we have a show coming up in January. We haven't exactly finalized the date just yet, just because of some info because of some crosshairs we've run into with the venue. But we have a show that we're going to be doing here in Washington, D.C. in January, and once I have more information on it, you know, I'll definitely put that out there. But that will be live streamed. That will be out here for everyone to see and to listen to and to, you know, to be a part of and to enjoy.
Well, you know, hopefully by then I'll, you know, I might be able to help you guys out from the hard lessons I have undoubtedly learned and will continue to learn as my 12-hour telethon is hopefully still happening. I don't know what's going on. I can only hope that it's all working out smoothly.
I'm sure it will be.
Well, let's get into this one conversation that I've been dying to, because we've had some correspondence over time, because one of the issues that you seem to be really passionate about is racism in America.
Yes.
And this is a really complicated issue, and part of the complication, I think, is that a lot of people don't want to talk about it because they find themselves in a category of being like, you know, that whole, is this racist?
Right.
And, you know, there's a lot of people that don't really want to admit to things that they do, say, or even their loved ones do and say that have now really, like, now that awareness has increased, our threshold and tolerance for it is changing, and that's causing a lot of conflict. And this is what we're seeing here. So I want to help clarify a little bit of that muddiedness. I think is sort of necessary, and not rely on, you know, easy emotions and that kind of stuff. I don't want any of that shit. But what I do want to talk about is, and this will be a conversation point. I wanted to kind of make a distinction, a clarification between certain elements of racism and prejudice, and I think that it's important to make some distinctions between the two, because I think that there's a lot more people who are prejudiced, but not necessarily racist. They don't necessarily see that. They're completely unaware of their own prejudice, which is a part of, I think, what prejudice is, an unawareness of your own biases, your own stereotypes, your own predetermined conclusion, things
Exactly.
like that. So I want to ask you, from the perspective of prejudice, how rampant is prejudice in America, and how does it take its many forms? Like, what do you think is the most blatant example of prejudice in the United States, ways that people are feeding into this racism machine without knowing?
Well, what was the first part of your question again?
Which one is the kind of like prejudice is being fueled through what are some of the major institutions in which people's unknown prejudice are fueling racism? Like, how is it that a person's daily activity? How is I, as a white person, for instance, maintaining a system that I'm not aware of is, systematically racist, even though I'm not necessarily racist?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a variety. It could be a variety of ways. I mean, people's biases and opinions about people of different races manifest itself, like you said, without people even knowing it. It could be something as simple as, a white woman that clutches her purse or decides to cross the street when she sees a young African American or a Latino man, walking down the same side of the street as her. It could be something as simple as restaurants, bars, and clubs barring specific types of attire because they know that that minorities or people of color are more prone to wear certain types of fashion. It could be policies such as stop and frisk in New York City, in which police officers claim that they're conducting random searches of individuals, yet the vast majority of the people that they're stopping are young black and brown people who and they almost never find anything. Their campaign has been largely unsuccessful so far. I mean, it could be just stuff as simple as everyday conversations like saying, hey, you're cool for a black person, or you don't act like those guys over there. You know what I mean? You're you act the right way. You know what I mean? It could be a variety of different ways, and it is these types of attitudes that need to be challenged, and it's these type of attitudes that people need to kind of understand. Well, where did this come from? Where did I get this? Where did I get this idea of these people are worthy of respect? These people are ghetto and are beneath me and should be spoken about as if they're subhuman. These are the things that people need to be. I guess these are the things that people need to think about and try to get an understanding of why they can be extremely problematic.
Well, I got to tell you that, as from the perspective of a Canadian, I will say that the African American population suffer from two problems. One, there's obviously the systematic racism that works against them. That could be anything from, you said before, I mean, prison times for drug use are vastly different. Or income opportunities, neighborhoods, amount spent on certain areas, or even the slow gentrification of certain areas to push out undesirable minorities. I mean, there's just so many; it's actually overwhelming.
There's a lot.
At the same time, like there's a second factor that's there that's almost as powerful, and that is America's hatred for the poor. And despite the fact that people say, like, oh no, we care about poor people, the truth of the matter is that if anytime I've seen anyone with a food stamp, is I've seen dirty looks, I've seen kind of like hisses or judgmentalism on the part of others who are not using these programs, and what they don't realize now is sort of like this combined hatred is just something that I'm like, if it was only one, you might be able to combat it. But one reinforces the other two, because obviously, if you're African American, I'm going to assume you're even more impoverished, and I'm going to make even worse assumptions about you. Like, how angry are you going to get the average Republican about a welfare queen if she's white or black?
Well, they generally wouldn't get called a welfare queen if they're white. That's usually just reserved for people of color or women of color, I should say.
Well, that's right. Prime example number
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
And so you're faced with, like from the get-go, you're going to be judged differently. So if
Right.
you're utilizing the system that everyone seems to be really, not everyone, but even in their own kind of, like I said, there's a prejudice against poor people that individuals aren't aware. It's even in your language. I mean, here's something that people don't know. The word villain comes from the French and Latin villainus, which means peasant or villager. So this is the word for villain. Where does the hatred of the poor come from? It's a long-standing thing.
Right.
And so you find yourself in the situation where you're kind of like, okay, how can any person of color get out of that situation? Because they're hated on the entire time, made to feel like they're shit and worthless. How is anybody going to be able to fight off that stress and be happy and achieve a career that gives them success? Really, it seems like the entire system seems rigged against you. Honestly,
it is. I mean, if we just take something as simple as like you said, drug offenses are different between the different races. So what's the word I'm looking for? An African American who's convicted, for let's say who has to do hard time, that stigma will follow them for the rest of their life, and it will affect them. It will affect them in that they won't have the ability to vote. They a lot of job opportunities won't be made available to them. A lot of housing opportunities won't be available to them. A lot of opportunities to go to school, a lot of things like that won't be made available to them. And I think people don't seem to understand that a lot of these issues are not they're not solely just they're not isolated. They're all interconnected. There's an intersection for all of these different issues that for all of these different people. And what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm losing my thought. I'm losing it.
You know what?
I was on the roll.
Don't search for the big word. Just make it happen.
Yeah, I was starting to lose track of the conversation though. I was trying to bring myself back to the front.
Well,
back to the center.
Let me give you an example of just the long history, if you want, of the system working against African Americans. I forget which amendment it is. Obviously, I'll try to correct myself post, but I think it's the 14th Amendment. One of the amendments that was originally intended to prevent African Americans' property from being seized. The only real use of that law was used by corporations to essentially prevent the government from seizing their property, and not to any minorities. So there's a bit of an irony there that even an amendment that was meant to try to prevent such a thing went only to serve the very people who continued to gain money and power and essentially rig the system against the same people for just how long? Sure, you're out of slavery technically, I guess, but there's all other kinds of slavery. If I put you behind bars, I dictate a life course for you that
exactly
that you can't break out of. It's impossible.
Exactly. 110%.
Yeah.
Correct.
Tell me how that's different from fucking chains, right?
Not very, but people just seem to have this notion that slavery only exists in chattel form. That's the only really form of slavery. They don't really think about the prison industrial complex as a modern form of slavery. There's actually a really great book that I've been reading called The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander that actually kind of goes into detail about how the prison industrial complex dictates or can dictate the lives of all the people who fall victim to it. It's really phenomenal book.
Yeah, I mean the levels. Like I was watching a Frontline documentary that talked about even the economics of the parole system and how even that's used to keep people in like this strange economic hold. So even if you just never go to jail, admit guilty to a crime that you were probably not guilty of, But just because, again, you're a person of color, and if you go to trial, you're fucked.
Yeah,
so,
you're screwed.
Yeah,
You
you're
probably
pretty much screwed. So I think it's 97% or 96% of cases people do not go to trial. And I'm gonna ask you, how often do you think they're really arresting the right person? Yeah, 96% arrest rate that's positive. My ass. So these people now have a conviction, now have this parole fees that they're fucking paying for God knows how many years, and if they slip up, they're fucked again. So essentially what you've done is, I mean, the new form of slavery is the oldest, really. Indentured slaves. You know, back in the day, even in the foundation of America, there were slaves of both colors. I don't know if most people know this.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, but that's true.
But the difference was the white ones got to leave. The black ones didn't. But essentially, back in the day, you would be a slave if you just owed money. And sometimes the oldest tricks are still the best. And I'm going to ask you, what do you think is bigger, credit card debt or student debt in the U.S.?
Shit. That's tough. I want to lean towards student debt just because I know how I know how much me and many people I know owe.
You're correct.
I probably lean to student debt. Yeah, I would think
it's
so.
Student debt, and that's now. See, what people don't understand is that student debt has surpassed it, and none of you have paid it off. In fact, I have some fans who owe the amount of money that you'd pay a house in debt with no prospect of having a job that'll ever pay it. And if there was, it would be shipped over to India because they'll do it cheaper. So essentially, you're now all indentured slaves and servants, which is a perfect opportunity, by the way, to have conversations about race relations. Because if we were to wind back the clock, and we're at a time in the foundation of America, the very first, I forget what the Williamsburg, or I forget, there are white slaves and there are black slaves. And if you sat them all down and say, okay, guys, now that you're both oppressed, you're on that equal financial footing and everything sucks, now it's time to really discuss the fact that even that isn't all that even. Now that you're able to empathize with poverty, let me take you down to this other thing that's been going on for some hundreds and hundreds of years.
Exactly.
So I think that you might get a little bit more empathy because there are now, I'm trying to think, 45 million Americans living in poverty, and that's probably a very conservative estimate.
Yeah.
So they're soon going to be like, the only thing that I'm worried about is this: white people are going to get very upset at the laws that are still in the books to protect black people, because now that they're disadvantaged, they're going to feel that's what they call reverse racism.
Exactly, which is bullshit.
Well, it's bullshit for the reasons that I just outlined, right? That sure, you're on the same economic footing, but you lack the other one. So I think that it might not improve the conversation. The conversation might get even more muddied. Is the bad news.
True.
So there is one solution, however, and that's in you making more music. I'm hoping that you're, the future work, like you said before, you want to get. It sounds like you really want to talk about race relations in some new music you want to make. Am I wrong?
A little. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I'm kind of venturing a bit more down that path. I feel like as a person of color and as someone who has a platform and to kind of do with it what I will. I could easily go down this route and be like the Lil Waynes and Juicy J's of the world and make club rap, but there's enough of that, and I want to kind of use my platform to speak about issues that directly affect myself and people that I know, and while I care about lots of different issues, and I have not left the atheism forefront at all in any way, shape, or form, because I've been writing plenty of really dope new songs that are tied into that as well. But a lot of my recent stuff has kind of been leaning a bit more towards race relations here in America.
Well, this is what I want to see you do, like not to anybody who's watching this, obviously there's probably lots of atheists paying attention to that, and they might feel as though be like, no, you can't leave us or something, but I think it's important.
I know.
I think it's important, like, at the end of the day, you always have to do the thing that, you feel most passionate about at that time, because that's when the work is going to be the most genuine and the most powerful. As long as you're chasing that, you know that your work will never suffer, that it's still going to be good.
Exactly. And like I mentioned earlier, there's an intersection to everything. So there's an intersection between, speaking about race relations, and there's an intersection to that and the atheist community as well. I mean, race didn't disappear in the atheism community either. There's a whole set of issues or problems that arise in that as well. And some of that is stuff that I plan to address in some of my future music.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. And I guess as a teaser, to end the interview, can you give us like one of your songs? Can you perform for us as you play us out?
I can do that. This song right here is actually it's going to be a single off my upcoming album called The Dead Zone, which is the album that's going to be released in February, March of next year. It's about halfway finished. This song right here is a song called Society is a Prison. I touch on quite a bit of issues, so
I've heard
you
this
guys
song.
enjoy.
Yes,
Perform. Yeah, this is the one I performed at the Reason Rally after party. All right, here goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, MC Brooks.
Yo, turn them televisions off, man. It ain't nothing to see. Negative images they got these kids wanting to be. When it comes to minorities, it's only the majority that thinks we promote violence and love poverty. And it bothers me. I know we're worth more than these images of being homeless and dirt poor. It's unequal in the workforce. Shit. Can I run that back? I try to do too much. Yeah,
it's all good.
Yeah, give me that one. All right, take two.
I did ask you to do something cold. If anybody's going to be complaining, hey, listen, he just did an interview and I asked him to do some music on the fucking cold, man. That's hard as shit. So my apologies. But, we don't have a lot of energy.
No, so, hey. Fuck it. You know what? We'll do it live. So take
do it live.
Yo. Yeah. Society is a prison. Yo. Turn them televisions off, man. It ain't nothing to see. Negative images they got these kids wanting to be. When it comes to minorities, it's only the majority that thinks we promote violence and love poverty. And it bothers me. I know we're worth more than these images of being homeless and dirt poor. It's bad enough it's unequal in the workforce. Kinda makes you wonder what the fuck we really work for. A better life? The American dream? We were never American to the terror regime. Is it the big house with a white picket fence that 50 years ago they wouldn't have let a brother in? Nah, we just looters and thieves when it comes to survival. The movers are keys, and even if they're the ones that started the cycle, it continues because we don't realize we've been lied to. Society is a prison of sexism that promotes pimping our women. Society is a prison putting up buildings to miseducate the children. Society is a prison of sexism that promotes pimping our women. Society is a prison putting up buildings to miseducate. Is this what you say beauty is? An anorexic white woman the size of a twig, long straight hair, complexion that's fair, 10 pounds of makeup on as soon as they wake up. My black women are depicted as fat, ghetto hood rats who listen to nothing but rap, loudmouth sexual fantasy on the television, ass out career only advanced with male assistance is shameful. The path of the black woman is painful. As soon as you out of that womb, they want to train you. Don't walk beside the man, walk behind the man. In fact, everything you do is decided by the man. That's why I say fuck the gender role, yo. It's up to individuals to practice their principles. And when it comes to the revolution, we need solutions for sexism in these institutions. Society is a prison for sexism that promotes pimping our women. Society is a prison putting up buildings to miseducate the children. Yo, it's a prison of sexism that promotes pimping our women. Society is a prison putting up buildings. Yo. We went from being denied rights as a divine right to equal opportunity with the past in hindsight. They knew if education was prohibited, that we as immigrants would wallow in the ignorance. They still want to keep you in your predicament, living for the now, not invested in the infinite. So keep buying your iPhones and netbooks, while they're removing history from your textbooks. So while you don't know it, you're doomed to repeat it with the same mistakes. No knowledge of achievement, believe it. It happened in the deep south in 2013. See, I signs telling us to keep out. And education, that's a tool for the masses. It's gonna take more than the notes from these classes. We're all scientists in some form of capacity. Don't act on it. Therein lies the tragedy, yo. It's a prison, a sexism that promotes pimping our women. Society is a prison, putting up buildings to miseducate the children. Society is a prison, putting up buildings to miseducate the children. Hey yo, it's a prison, more like a system, for pimping us and the women. Yo.
That was fucking awesome, dude. You killed it. You killed it. I mean, you
This time around, yes.
You fucking killed it.
Yes. Thank you. Like I
And
said,
you know what? It sounded even better than when you did it before, because I remember when you did it, I think you were just still trying to find a little bit of comfort in your voice. I mean, it's got to be hard. I mean, you were what at the time?
Yeah.
22, 23?
Damn, 2012. That was right after. No, I was 20. I was 23, I think. 24, 23,
yeah. 23.
something like that. Somewhere in there.
Young motherfucker. But you know what? Like, even then, I kind of figured, I'm like, your music's gonna have. I mean, I enjoy it. It's great, and I'm like, I'm sure it's gonna continue to have an impact. I mean, you don't know what you've done now, because in a sense, it exists in its own world, and this is why you gotta get the full album out. Once you do, I'm gonna pimp it as shit, however I can as well, because I'm sure it's gonna be awesome.
Yes, but I did put out a CD. What is it? I put it out a month and a half ago, October 4th. The third mixtape, Lines to Stripes, Rhymes to Mics, Volume 3. That's my most recent project. It has a lot of original work. Has some covers where I use other people's stuff, but that's why it's a mixtape and not an album. But there's a lot of original material on there. I've got a lot of really great features that are on there, such as Tombstone, the Dead Man, and Seagats, and other folks from the Grand Unified Collective. And that's available on my Bandcamp website, free for download. So there's a little bit of something for everybody. There's songs that touch on gentrification, songs that touch on atheism. There's a little bit of something for everybody on there.
Yeah, and I think people are going to be surprised. I mean, just from listening to this song now, they're probably going to be surprised me like, hey, I like that. Oh, yeah? Well, you're going to like a lot more of that.
Of
course. Like I said before, once you really identify with the music and that kind of stuff, it'll get to you. I mean, just before the shit that you've been hearing on fucking mainstream radio has poisoned your mind. That's what's happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's good shit being produced out there. Well, MCs, thank you so much for coming on. Obviously, we're going to have you on again, and I wish you all the best on your ventures moving forward, man.
No problem, man. Thanks for having me. GU.
Welcome back to the telethon, and today my guest would have been a repeat guest.
All right, we are back. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I think that although MC Brooks had a bit of a rough start on that rap, he managed to pull it off. And let me tell you something. If you guys were paying attention at the beginning when we had Bobby Dove on, and she was an amazing performer, but she too at one point was like, "Can I start over? I forgot my lyrics." It
happens to all artists.
It happens to everybody. And this is why I never really, I think sometimes about singing and performing like that, and all of a sudden I'm like, I would forget those lines too. I forget shit all the time. I don't want to do that. So maybe I'm never going to do that, or maybe I will. I don't know. I haven't decided. Now you may have noticed that, but sitting to I guess my right is someone that none of you know who this man is, but he is a very close friend of mine. And no one knows who, at least who's watching.
Because you can't draw anyone who's blind.
That's true. I did mention that previously on the show. we're gonna, I'm gonna announce the fact that is a weakness of mine. I'm gonna work on it. I did get an Asian on
sorry, I
on
haven't
the show.
even gotten
So.
a stick figure.
Well, you're gonna eventually get that. But this is a friend of mine, and what's great about this is I wanted to bring my buddy Carlos onto the show, and I wanted to talk about a little bit of our past because I had Ryan on the show, and I was talking about the stuff that we did together on Fight Linker, and now I wanted to dig even further back because everybody that's on the podcast, everybody that's sort of like on the show. Producing it, my executive producer, we worked on stuff like way back. We've been knowing each other for so long, so it's kind of cool. You guys get to witness the fact that around me there are people that have been around for a long time. So one of those people is Carlos. Carlos has a business of his own that he's run for. Oh my God, how long has it been now, Carlos? You've had your own business.
LJX has gone through a lot of different phases.
It has. Well, it began in what was the year that
2001.
2001, and I remember when you started this. You wanted a web design company, if I'm not mistaken.
What are you looking at?
That was my slogan. I was like, "What are you looking at?"
It was a little rude.
It was a little rude, but I thought it caught people. It caught people's attention. But what we learned back then is that people don't want to pay money. In 2001, people thought, "I don't know if this internet thing's going to catch on."
I tell this story to pretty much everyone I meet. I mean, how absurd in today's thinking. Would you fathom a business person or anybody saying the internet that will never catch on?
Yeah,
I would never want to buy my domain name.
What they don't realize is at the time we were going to charge about $500 for a website, and if they just had held on to it and done nothing with it, it would be worth like many thousands of dollars just right now. And you're kind of like, yep, that's when you get in early on something. It's like investing in something. Yeah, and we just could not, even back then, convince people that it was worth something. It sucked. So you morphed. But what was cool is, let's get Tom to show this. I made a logo for you. And remember, I love this story because when I first did this logo,
I remember that.
You came over and I used the first program. The first time I ever used Flash. This was when it was the first program that you could use make a vectorized drawing. I wanted to make you something that could look good if it was really big, and I made this image that's, if you're familiar with the works of is it pronounced Escher? It's Escher, right? Yeah. Escher. If you're familiar with his work, you could see it a little bit there because it's one of those shapes that's not really supposed to exist in 3 dimensions. It kind of doesn't make sense, right? You look at first, you're like,
it's a 2-dimensional. It's trying to fit a 2-dimensional object with a 3-dimensional view.
Right, and fit the letters L, J, and X in the thing. And I remember I showed you at first. The first treatment had no color or anything, so it was just wireframe. So I showed you. I was all excited too, by the way, because I had spent literally 2 days in this weird puzzle because I'm like, surely I can let it join them. And all of a sudden, every time I kept doing it, I'm like, my brain hurts. It doesn't work. And then finally, I did have to crack my brain a little bit. And then when I had that eureka moment, and I was like, Carlos, you got to come check this out. You're like, I don't like it.
Did I say that?
You didn't like it. So then I went back and I'm like, you motherfucker. So I went back and I put a color, and then you liked it more. But back in the early days, it had a bit of a really primary colors kind of look.
Yeah, exactly.
It looked a little bit.
Well, first it was the blue, because it was the globe.
Oh my! Do you remember that?
Because I still have that business card, by the way.
You know what I found?
I always keep at least one.
Oh, you
copy
found my
of each
old
version.
LJX logo
Yes,
I made
I
for
do.
you. Oh my god!
Of course, I have
That's so
that.
embarrassing. Oh, it was so ugly. Think about like the early, or late '90s kind of trans-global international corporation dynamics.
What was great was the photo shoots.
Oh my god, the
photo shoots at
awesome.
the IBM building, wrestling in the park. I mean,
looking all business-like.
Yep, with the laptops about this thick.
We have even one of the super executive producer, Tom, sort of like looking all like on a phone, being all like, hello. Oh yeah, I know.
Remember the windy day? Your hair was
so
just like
windy.
way
and I
back.
had much more hair, hair.
Yeah.
It was just
Yeah. And Quay in front of the Viper. I think it was a Viper.
Yeah, my buddy Quay was also there. We had the whole. We were a multicultural little group of pals doing a little photo shoot in our business outfits, being like, "Hey, we don't want to pay for stock images, so we're just going to make it ourselves."
It was great. One of the first digital cameras out in the market.
Okay, well, again, I mean, that was some pretty early stuff when you think about what we were doing. And back then, I mean, you went. This is the cool thing that I think is what I admire about you, my friend, is the fact that Carlos has, despite the fact that he's kept the name, he's had to change his business so many times and learn so many new things. And I think that itself is just at least an interesting enough story that I wanted to ask you where, like, you know, because you've gone through so many different iterations, and even still now, I'm like, any person who's out there who's trying to do their own thing, you know, like as their own business person, whatever, what's the best piece of advice you can give them, man? Like right now, what's the best piece of advice? Because you're in a constant learning phase, so what's the biggest single piece of advice? Dear everyone, when you're doing a business, my first piece of advice is...
never isolate yourself. You know, just being surrounded by other business people, and you get a better perspective, and you actually can exchange services and all sorts of things.
So make connections with your
connections are the relationships and connections is what
fuel a business.
Fuels a business in a way.
That's it.
It's not about advertising. It's really about, you know, a face to face. You know, having a philosophy that people can identify with, and filling gaps that, you know, people in your community are, you know,
like services that they want.
Yeah.
Like essentially that. You know, you're not going to be like, well, this is a residential area, so let's get a brothel opening up here, because you might get business, but not the kind of business that the community wants. So you respond to what the community needs are, and then they'll respond to you. You're saying. So kind of, if you wanted to start a business, you might say, why don't you listen to what everybody around you is asking for, right?
The first meeting I ever have with a potential customer, it's all about listening. I actually don't talk. I don't talk about what I do.
Right.
I listen to what they want, because in the end, you actually have to qualify that customer anyways, that potential customer. So you go back to your office and you're like, am I actually able to help this person? I don't want to waste my time if I'm out of my scope, or like he's actually something completely different. I can pass it on to someone else. So,
but you know,
work smarter, not harder.
Work smarter, not harder. You know what the cool thing was about kind of like the fact that you took what was essentially, I remember back when you started LJX, we were working at, what was it, Sodema, this call center for Bell, which was basically the technical tech center. Let me tell you something. I worked as my job was to work dial-up tech support. Okay, it's kind of like the horse whip of technology.
It was great.
Nobody even knows how to use dial-up anymore. I don't even remember anything about dial-up. I don't know if I can get it working on a thing. I don't know if there's even modems that they make for dial-up.
Yeah, they still exist. I actually have a bin. I have bins full of 56K modems. You know, of computers that people bring into.
Can you mount that shit and make a super modem?
You can maybe have a 10 megabit Ethernet card out of 1 million of them.
Let's build a super one.
Yeah. Big as your house.
See, that was my specialty. So that's how far back it goes. Yeah. And I remember back in the day, we went to this one place called Peel Pub. And if you were Montrealer,
spaghetti gratiné.
Oh my God! Let me tell you something. Yeah. What you would get, you could go and have a spaghetti at lunch for $2. Okay, that price point shouldn't sit right with anybody.
With cheese, $3.
With cheese, $3, and there was something weird about that cheese. Pretty sure it came out of a gun, or maybe like some kind of nozzle. But yeah, we'd go there, and back then it was. I mean, it's improved now, but back then it was in a basement before they had a crazy fire. What a surprise. But it was in a basement, dank and weird. But I remember we did countless little meetings where we were just, you know, naive little upstarts saying, oh, we're going to start this business. It's going to be great. And, you know, with putting enough gusto, if you will, to actually take the plunge, because I think ultimately when you do something like this, you have to be crazy enough to do it. I mean, you have to
passionate.
Well, not just passionate. You know, there was something that Orson Welles said that was just so brilliant. He said that when he first started, he had the confidence of ignorance. That he couldn't have done it if he knew what would lay ahead because he would have been too frightened. But sometimes when you go ahead and you're like, you have this unbound enthusiasm, whatever, you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it, like a telethon or something, and you're like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make $3,000. This unbound enthusiasm, and then you realize halfway through, hey, by the way, where are we at in terms of our donation amounts? We've achieved 3.25%. Is that where we're at?
Well, you might be at 4%.
We're getting close to 4%. 4% of the way there, everybody. We have how many hours left of the telethon? We're in the final hour.
We're in the 0 hour.
We're way past our time.
We got 2 more interviews lined up.
We have 2 more interviews. They're actually pretty big interviews. I hope everybody's not going to bed or something, because the Peter Boghossian interview is huge, like just incendiary, and you guys are going to have to listen to it. And the Guy P. Harrison interview, well, while it's not incendiary, is pretty damn interesting. So you're also going to listen to that one as well. I was going to have a third interview, but we have too much content. We actually have to cut some of the things. I over-prepared, at least in terms of content, not in, marketing. You can't get everything right. At least we got the technical aspects working.
Well,
and I loved how you came over and you were like, I think there was a technical problem. It's 12 hours. Yeah, we had technical issues every once in a while.
I'd figure they would have some of those.
Well, but the cool thing is that the videos are still going to be up for a little while until we figure out what the fuck to do with them. So, until we lock that shit down, then they're going to be up there.
The one thing, I wasn't aware, because there was a chat, like in the with the YouTube, because I signed up, so I was able to make comments.
Right.
But I guess it's not live. It wasn't live?
Well, I can't see nothing. You see, what I'm doing is I'm working and performing. I can't really see anything, and operators are not standing by. But, that's why we want people to make pledges. And, considering we're at about 4%, we're going to need those pledges in the next hour. So you're gonna have to step it up, everybody.
What can people buy?
Well, they can buy a variety of things. First, for $5, they can get a pretty amazing postcard, which have been selling actually relatively well.
The shirt is actually what...
People wanted the shirt?
Well, no, actually, that's what I wanted to purchase.
Yeah, but that's a $60 thing, buddy. I can't ask that of you because, I have bad news for you. See, the thing was, and I'm a bit disappointed, the telethon was kind of not for me. I mean, yes, I'm wearing pants that are clearly falling apart, and these are not matching socks.
Are those your mom's?
And those were my mom's pants, yes. That's correct.
Okay.
Hey-o. But, and, and my mom got me this shirt. But I did buy this one. It was the only piece, and my underwear I bought. So, I could live like that for a little while. I don't care. I'd live in a barrel. Shit like that. But, I have owed you some money ever since I kind of came back from Calgary, and I was hoping at least.
It's not real money, actually.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's just points.
No, some of it came out of your pocket. You forget. I think it was about $75 that actually came out of pocket because it didn't do the thing. And so, I wanted to pay that back, but unfortunately, I'm sorry to disappoint you, my friend. You will not be,
it's okay.
Unless, of course, the
I was
pledges.
never expecting. Because, I mean, there were the travel points. And I'm not going to be traveling anytime soon.
Right.
So.
What's happening? Does this cat want attention?
Yeah, probably.
What does this cat?
Cat's
fucking freaking out.
Cats do.
Yeah.
That's what cats do.
I'm surprised he hasn't freaked out more. Why don't you give him some catnipping and he can freak the fuck out?
Really, if you want higher ratings, you really should get the cat to perform.
Shit, man. That's
at
smart.
least in every 15 minutes.
Yeah. Because apparently cats own the internet.
They do.
That's what we learned, and I hate that fact.
I hate it.
It's like we could be having discussions about things, or we could show pictures of cats.
Yeah,
that's what we could do.
Okay, yep, cats.
Cats. Well,
should we cut to his YouTube video at some point?
The YouTube video of whom?
Of the cat of the house.
The cat of the house? Yeah. Oh yeah, you have a YouTube video of that cat. Yeah,
of course.
You,
it has
you,
hits,
you,
man.
you tried.
Has lots of
yeah,
4,000 hits already, or
it's over 5,000 now.
You know
5,000
that?
now?
You know that's more than my most popular video.
So why don't
really?
we cut over to this little number?
Yes, sir.
But you also made what, 600 videos?
No, I didn't make that many. No, videos. I only made like 5 videos.
Oh, videos. Okay, no,
videos.
Podcasts. No.
Oh no, but no, it's not more than my most podcasts. Although it's half as much as my biggest podcast, 10,000. So they made it halfway through by just having a fucking cat on, man. There's no justice in this world.
No, there isn't.
But that's cool. We knew that there was no justice. So are you playing the video? Do you get the cat video going?
All right, we're gonna cut over to
All right, let's see this cat video because we're gonna sell out, and we're gonna play some fucking cat videos because my buddy Carlos is a genius and he's right on the goddamn money.
I've been trying to learn about marketing.
Yeah.
In the last year and a half.
We have 1 hour to get it right.
Yeah.
We have 1 hour to figure out this marketing strategy. So remember, if you're paying attention, you've got to go on Facebook. You've got to go on Twitter. You can do hashtag Jakestock. You can also put that on Facebook. Say you need to tune into this. There's tons of good stuff. And even if you go to the YouTube channel, if you can just watch the stuff that we've already done. There's like 10 hours of stuff to go back if you've just started tuning in, and that's nuts. But in terms of just enjoying that, I hope that you're looking at the page on the goodatheist.net or jacobforte.com, and you're seeing all of these wonderful things you can get: the ebook, the audiobook, the Essentials DVD, or that T-shirt. If you're like the big spender, you want it all, and you're like, I want that damn T-shirt because I want that damn T-shirt. But we have to sell enough in order to be able to actually make it. So the deluxe people, you're out there. Your pledges, we need them. So are we showing the cat thing? Is that happening? Here we go. So let's show some cats.
Let's do it.
Is there actual sound? Well, the cat is providing.
Is the sound off?
Ew.
All right, so we had our cats. And presumably now we're going to have about 1 million hits, so we just need to wait now. Maybe we need to sort of like loop the cat or something. Can we loop that or something?
We can loop it.
Can you do picture-in-picture?
We can.
So you can constantly have all kinds of cat media.
We're going to do that next time, actually. That's really not a bad idea. I'm going to have serious intellectual discussion, but cats in like one corner, and they're like playing with each other and nibbling one another and just engaged in cat activities that obviously people only care about. They're like, and you can just kind of, I wonder if you could just subtly insert things like, you say really subversive shit, but because you're showing the cutest kittens in the world while you're saying, and you're saying like destroy society, and you're just like, oh, kittens, and you're like, is that going to affect your brain? No, the kittens are going to override it, apparently. Cat, what do you want? Do you want to be on the fucking show? Huh? I want to wrap it up too. You want some attention? You know what's happened? Unfortunately, my super executive producer is also his drug dealer, and this cat has not had any fucking nip in a long time, and he's probably suffering. That's probably what's happening, right, man?
I brought you some nip.
He's a generous man. He knows exactly what I need. Well, if we have, how much time do we have? Are we going to go into the new interview? No? We're going to go into the new interview, the Peter Boghossian interview. So I want you guys to pay attention to this one because Peter Boghossian makes an announcement. He's talking about a new project that he's got going on. I'll let him make the announcement. But it sounded, I know, like when he said, he was all like, this is going to be great, but the premise is amazing. So I'm going to be looking forward to that. So it's kind of like he broke the exclusive on the show, so you guys are going to be paying attention to that. So after the Peter Boghossian interview, stay tuned because we're going to have Guy P. Harrison after that as well. So, yeah, just do not leave. We're wrapping up all the best content, and that's why. And by the way, that's a perfect time to pledge while you're still hooked to the content. Am I right or am I right? All right, with that, let's go to the Peter Boghossian. Right. Let's go to Peter Boghossian and his interview, and then we'll be right back.
Well, we're back to the telethon, and I'm happy to say that one of the more difficult to nail down interviews that I would have to claim has come through. This was probably actually the most popular episode of The Good Atheist, was my interview with author, professor Peter Boghossian. He's my guest right now. I have so much to discuss. Peter, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to your viewers.
Well, I mean, first of all, you were on my best of, and the reason, I mean, I went back and I just was reading some of the comments. Oh, it was such a great interview, and we had a heated discussion, you and I, because you were on the side of wanting to say, I want to take the word faith back, and of course I was sticking to the guns and be like, you can't reclaim that. Prove to me that you can do such a thing, and people really loved that part of the show, liked the dynamic, and I think that more importantly, they really liked your passion. And I think when you came on, it was still a relatively early part of when you were really starting to be more vocal. You had had a couple of talks and things like that, but I mean, since that time, and this is why you're on the show here, because we haven't even had time to talk, you and I, much. Since that time, so much has gone down. First of all, bring us up to speed. What has happened since you last left our interview 2 years ago?
Sure. Before I do that, I want to comment on something you said. Just because you and I have a similar position about, to use the $2 word, metaphysics, the furniture of reality, I expect that you will take me to task on my ideas. I mean, this is about intellectual engagement, this is about sincerity, this is about truth, and this is about helping, because if I'm saying something that's not true, I need you and folks with whom I'm interviewing to give me a reality check. So thank you for challenging me intellectually. That frankly is one of your jobs. So it was a great conversation, and if people haven't heard it, I would suggest that they go back and check it out. So, boy, where do I be? What has happened? Wow.
Well, you were even on the show before you had the idea cemented for your book. That's how early on that was.
Long time ago. Well, I can see my gray hair and I've been working so hard that I'm getting out of shape. But so
he's a victim of his own tortured work. You see, it's like he's like in a labor camp or something.
Yeah, I'm at my friend's house right now. Hence the Buddhist poster in the background. My internet access is down.
Well, you're in the house. Is it as purple as it seems on film? Because damn, everything seems really purple. You seem like you're in an opium den, honestly.
Oh, do I? No, it's filled with like skateboard posters, and I think the internet access here is skate or die. He must be a skater.
Not the impression you get from that wall. That's all.
Well, they're Buddhists too. So see that I have many friends of different religions, practicing Buddhists, I may add. So, boy, what's happened? I don't even know where to begin with that question. Well, I finished my book, and it was we can't keep them in stock enough. We've sold out. I don't even know how many times we've sold out. I think we sold out in Canada, the UK, continental Europe, the United States. They've been flying off. We just can't sell. We can't print them enough. So I've given a bunch of talks. I've written some articles. Boy, what's happened? I spoke at TAM on authenticity, and I think that that's a vital message that our community needs to hear about forthright speech and saying what you mean.
Right. I did read the transcript for it. I found it kind of interesting because obviously it spoke to people like me. I felt like it was a Dear Jacob letter. Thank you for being as honest a fuckface as you always are. Sincerely, Peter Boghossian.
Well, we need people to be forthright in their speech and blunt, but we also need people to do that in a way that doesn't alienate people. Because again, the goal is about helping people to align their beliefs with reality, and I think it's the right mixture of bluntness coupled with sincerity and the willingness to revise your belief. But again, the goal is not to insult or offend or outrage. Sometimes people will be offended as a consequence of our blunt speech, but we need to begin with the end in mind, and that's to help people align their beliefs with reality.
Well, there are two shows that I watch obsessively. I blog about this all the time too. Kitchen Nightmares and Bar Rescue. And I love these shows because they can teach you a lot about the way that people can have their minds changed. I mean, I know that in one instance it's somebody coming over and telling someone, we need to change your food. or somebody else, we need to change your bar. But you know what? This is a perfect analogy for changing something that's a part of someone. And that can have a lot of consequences. And every time they walk in, they do this kind of combination of things that I think you'll immediately identify. The first thing is that they always walk in and they do a lot of yelling. Or they'll try to break you down just a little bit. Because the truth is, you think you're hot shit, and it's time that you were just like, let's de-alpha you a little bit, and let's bring you down to that reality that you don't know shit. But here's the thing. And that's when the caring comes in. They're like, hey, I'm here to help you. I'm here to just basically do right by you, and I care. And then once you see what I have to offer, and I'm going to prove to you that all the things that I was really upset about, you'll be upset about too. Then you'll see that we can move forward, and you can tell immediately from watching these shows which are the ones that are going to say yes to that change, and which ones are going to be the ones that change right back to the old one. So it's for me, I observe human nature in a shitty TV show format.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I haven't seen the show, so I can't speak to the show. I can say that the creation of non-adversarial relationships is key, and I do my best to make sure that when I have these engagements with people of faith, that those relationships are not adversarial. Sometimes, frankly, it can't be avoided because people will, just by the very fact that you ask them a question, will be outraged. But in my rather extensive experience, I find that those cases to be the outliers. That's definitely if you're asking the questions in the right way. I think that people want to talk about their faith. People enjoy sharing their experiences of their faith. So it's not like you're asking them secret, what do they do in their sex lives, or what are their feelings about something they love to talk to you about it.
Well, you started off, when you came on the show, actually, you said that you had the desire to create an army of street epistemologists.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that the book essentially was that desire in paper form, right? Am I mistaken here?
Yeah, so part of the desire, so the book can be used any way anybody wants to use it. The book can be used if maybe one single person. In fact, I forgot to turn off my email, and it's going across my screen here, boom, 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 and I'm just glancing at the subjects. But people are using the book, and again, from the email, I see people are using the book. Maybe there's one person who's infected by the faith virus. They just want to help that person. Sometimes it's a loved one, a family member. Sometimes it's they want to wait. They're a little shy, but they want to wait till people come to them. And sometimes it's people who actively want to go out and help others to reason more effectively. Well, so there's no one right way to do it. It's how the tools are there, and you can do whatever you want with the tools, or you cannot. Hopefully, people will use them at some level.
Well, it still sounds so similar to what you were doing before in your experience working with prisoners, and really trying to get people to just think, in that Socratic method of just boiling it down. Okay, why do you believe in that? And I just had an interview with Dan Finke. I don't know if you know him or you read Campbell with Hammers. And he said another great thing. He said we love being challenged as philosophers. I mean, that's the whole point. Right. If you shy away from having your beliefs questioned, there's a part of you that must be afraid of them. Afraid of them crashing against the reality. And of course, you're going to be defensive about things that you're afraid of.
Yeah.
So there's different layers of that of strategies, like you said before, that you can get to. Sometimes you do need to sort of like punch through, because that keens with the person's personality. They like harsh honesty, and they want you to be in their face. Other people, it's kind of like, hey, I need to go smooth, So I guess the technique is really just you actually have to know a person rather than just know any specific strategy, if you want.
Yeah, so back to what you said in the first part, I know of Dan. I like his work. I respect his work. He's very well respected. I don't know him personally. And I think you're right. You can modify these interactions, these communicative strategies to maybe you're a particularly humorous person. You make good jokes. You can tailor that to bring in comedy or bring in more or less of one thing that but what you said was key, and it's important. This is about challenging not only the way people's beliefs, but the way people form beliefs. And right now we have a culture in which there are taboos in society against challenging or questioning other people's beliefs. And again, what you said was spot on. Part of the contribution that I'd like to make, excuse me, is that I would like to help people value having their beliefs challenged. Because often when we engage people, if it's not going well for them in a discussion, instead of saying, wow, I need to rethink this belief that I hold, they'll say something, they'll put up a defensive posture. Their egos will kick in. The desire to be right or to be seen as being right, or if you've invested so much time into something, will spring forward. So how do we help people value belief revision, value having their ideas challenged and questioned? Because you're right, it's not just about techniques, it's about those values. And right now we're living in a society in which that isn't valued anywhere near as highly as it ought to be valued.
Well, you talk about the value of things. You as a professor, I got to say, I know what the average professor makes like in the U.S., and it sucks. I finished reading an article that said it is the end, really, you're the last generation of anyone that can pursue academic career as a way of actually making money in an interesting way. Other than that, you're just an adjunct professor for the rest of your life, holding your dick, and you're fucked.
I admire your forthright speech on that. We could have a whole conversation on this that would get me in a lot of trouble, so why don't we do that? So I'll tell you exactly how much I make. My gross pay is about $41,000, $40,000, something like that, and that's public record. People can Google that. My net pay is about $30,000. Think about if you're asking yourself, where's that $500, $600 disparity? I don't know where it goes. It goes to somewhere, but it's about $30,000 I take home. I work about 70 to 80 hours a week. Admittedly, a lot of that work is just on my own stuff. It's writing. It's just intellectual pursuits that dovetail with my academic career. I think that the days of the university are coming to an end. I mean, at Portland State, there's some severe budget cuts, and everywhere I go, I see posters all over the place. But I don't about budget cuts and salaries, and I don't think that we're going to see the institution, the academy, in its present form in even 5 years. That's my prediction to you.
You know what? I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I've been trying to tell. I had a hard time telling young people that used to write to me and saying like, oh, do you think I should go to school? And telling them straight up no, because you're all about to be sold down the river. And here's the weird and crazy truth. The reason why your salary is so low is because there's been class warfare in your country, and the way that it's been done is through a war of attrition. So all the wealthy people had to do was freeze wages for about 50 years, so that you're all poor now, because $30,000 was maybe a lot of, but that's how much somebody was making back in the 1960s. But a little thing called inflation happens every year, and if you don't get a raise of about 1 or 2%, you're being fucked over. And I don't see a lot of people getting those kinds of raises ever. So we're witnessing it on a constant basis. I'm shocked. It's no wonder that my fans are not fucking wealthy enough to sustain me. I get it, guys. I gotta ask people to fucking dig deep. It's ridiculous. But at the same time, I feel your pain. I hope that it leads to this new renaissance. People are coming on my show to get educated. How terrifying is that?
Well, I think, look, what you're talking about is called, I don't know what it's called over there. It's called COLA over here, cost of living increase. Obviously, I don't do this for the money. I wouldn't do it. I'll be blunt again with you that I could not do this if my wife were not a physician. Unfortunately, the type of physician my wife is, she works with homeless, addicted people. So that's not exactly a high-paying job. If she had done procedures or something, but if it wasn't for my wife, I simply could not be doing it. I could not live off of the $30,000 a year, given that I had children. Now, if I didn't have children, that would be different. I think that's below, in fact, I'm quite sure that's below the mean salary in Oregon. But I would also have to utter that 30. The good thing is that I get health care. Now, I know it's probably different in Canada, but in the United States, you would really that's a whole new level of crazy to live in this country without health care.
Yeah, no, the fact that you do not have any any universal health care as an industrialized nation. I mean, it's shocking. But I travel a lot around the U.S. just to visit, and every time I go, I got to tell you, I mean, like it's like I'm visiting the third world sometimes. I don't think most Americans know just how bad it is in certain places. Just driving through certain areas, just boarded up homes, you're like, you just don't see that in wealthy countries. You're not supposed to see that, and you're still a wealthy country. But wow. You know, there's a very similar stage where civilizations get when there's a maximum amount of corruption that any civilization can sustain.
Yeah.
And I'm like, at what point is it enough for the American people where they're like, $30,000 for a professor? Not enough.
Well, it's interesting that you said that. I had a friend from France, and we drove up to Seattle, and he just couldn't believe it. He just kept saying to me, you wouldn't see a bridge in the whole. He's an expat, so he's one of my oldest friends from childhood. You wouldn't see a bridge in the whole country of Canada that looked like that. Our infrastructure is failing. And not just our physical infrastructure, but yeah, this country has problems. But I don't know. But I don't know if the word "but" is appropriate there.
It has problems. That's all I can say. It has problems. It has potential, but problems.
Well. The fact that the legislature doesn't fund the university system is not the fault of the university. It's the reflection of the values of the citizens. Our citizens simply don't value education as much as they should. And we live the consequence of this is what happens when you value the wrong things. And there has to be a price that's paid. I mean, we could talk about this ecologically. We could talk about this in the context of faith, but yeah, we have serious problems in this country. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm a little bit fearful for my kids. I can't possibly tell you how many people have come to me being in debt from school and they can't find jobs. I don't know. I'm not a futurist. I'm not a Ray Kurzweil. I'm not a Faith Popcorn or Hope Pop. I'm not. Which is she's full of beans anyway. But I don't know where this country is going. I will say that in my situated experience and from what I've read, our academic system is in trouble.
Well, it seems to me that there's really no interest in saving it. Like you said before, I mean, you give it 5 years. I think there's obviously certain educational institutions that have such wealthy endowments that they'll be all right for a while. But generally speaking, I mean, how many schools close? How many libraries close? I mean, you just can't stop funding something and expect it to not have disastrous consequences. In fact, you're supposed to be augmenting the amount every year. You don't make it go down. As soon as you reduce that, you're not actually you're making it worse now, because there's like you said, the cost of living. Well, there's all those things that are associated with the cost of running universities and trying to stay relevant and doing research. I mean, where's the best research being done now?
Yeah, so here's what we see on the ground happening. You see class sizes increase. One of my classes, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It depends. You need to look at it in context. You see, and then this isn't just at public universities. This is all over the board, because it's a reflection of the larger economy. So we see class sizes increasing. I have about 250 people a term, which is an astonishing number of students. I mean, that, one of my classes has 120 and 80. You also see problems with it's very difficult to develop personal relationships with students and engage all of their concerns when you're dealing with so many people. So you can be it depends what you value, you can, it's hard. So look, here's the other thing. There's no merit pay for what I do. So it doesn't matter if you're, trying to think of a politic way to say this, it doesn't matter if you don't take your job as seriously as you should, or if you kill yourself. One of my colleagues, I walk by his office every day, he has office hours almost the whole day every day. And some of my other colleagues have no office hours whatsoever. So we don't get remunerated if we work harder or don't work as hard. So we could talk about the tenure system, but there is no meritocracy. So we need to completely destroy this idea, the whole idea that there's a meritocracy in education. We need to take a look at, and we talked about that on the panel I was on with Massimo Palucci and Russell Blackford and Susan Hack at TAM, which is a really interesting discussion among philosophers. Everybody knows there's a problem. It's not a secret. Even the dean will tell you that the budget cuts are serious. In fact, the dean came to my class and a student asked her, what don't you like about your job? And she said, I don't like dealing with these really difficult budget issues. Spending all my time thinking about what I'm going to cut is not, it just doesn't make me happy. The problem is, Jacob, I don't know what the solution is. I had thought for a while that MOOCs, these massively open enrollment courses that people could take, were solutions, but I don't know what the solution is, but I'm concerned.
I think, there would be fewer problems. I mean, there is actually a simple solution. There's a silly one. I'll give you two solutions. I'll give you a very silly one, and I'll give you a straight up one. I'll start with the straight up one. The straight up one is that you look like at any time where there's this level of discourse and problem, and you tax the rich at roughly 50 to 60%. It used to be 90 in wartime, and I'll remind Americans that they're still at war. So you keep that in mind, and you're like, and if you want to fix your Social Security thing, you eliminate that stupid cap. Like, when I go tell Canadians that wealthy people don't pay into Social Security, they look at me funny. I mean, Canadians don't know this, but they're shocked. They're shocked that you're like, what do you mean they don't pay into it? They should. They should even pay more. That's not a concept that Americans get and understand. And I'm like, well, you used to do that. It's been eroded over time, and the wealthy now have paid the least amount of tax. So that would be the solution number one, which is the impossible solution to put through because of the corruption of your government. So now we move on to silly option number two. Legalize LSD and use all the proceeds to fund school.
Yeah, I don't know if the government is so corrupt, but I do think, and I think this should be an incredibly uncontroversial thing to say. I'm sure people will freak out, but I think it's been hijacked by special interests that play a disproportionate role in the government. I think that we do not have a viable two-party solution, a two-party system in this country. The Republican Party has been hijacked by religious maniacs. I think that we face the erosion of democracy, and again, to bring it back to one of my interests, because of faith and because of problems that people use. People use ancient books to guide public policy matters in this day and age, and it is a catastrophic cascading failure, and it needs to be addressed. Someone needs to do something about this. So again, that's part of my work. That's part of a manual for creating atheists, my book.
Well, I mean, okay? So now that, because I think the fun of whenever you come down is sort of like we're going to try to project some kind of future. I mean, already you've given us a doomsday scenario, but I will say this. I mean, in such a doomsday scenario, I see philosophers as being like the is it the sophists, or who were those the guys who used to teach rhetoric to people? What the fuck were they?
Yeah.
Sophists, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, let's imagine that in this perfect world where people are aware and we use microtransactions to kind of give like just small amounts, whatever, no big deal, and people are very interested in philosophy. Trust me, people are always interested in better. Like you said it before, right? People are always interested in talking about not just their faith, but also, as soon as you engage them with that and show them that philosophy can really start from the beginners, and that you can make some great insights in a fucking day, right? It doesn't take a lifetime. You can have great insights in a day. Then people will be engaged, and I think that there is a future for philosophy because it's always an active thing. It's not like you'll write a book on philosophy and it's done. No way. It's a constant conversation.
Yeah, okay, so back to what you said before. I don't know if the situation is doomsday. I think it's doomsday for the current system we have. But it could be that something comes along and replaces that system that turns out to be much better. Again, if you're asking what that is, I don't know. Maybe it's these MOOCs that people can take, these online classes. Here's my prediction to you. One of the things that you'll see is I teach 369. I teach 9 classes a year. As I said, I gross 40,000 and net 30,000, or 40 and 500, something, roughly 40,000. What happens is we're going to take all the people in my positions and demote them all to adjuncts. So there'll be workforces of entirely adjuncts. They'll teach 2 classes a term, and the point isn't necessarily to save money so much, but then they won't have to save money on their salaries, but then they won't have to spend money on their health care, and that's an enormous sum of money. So I predict that's the first change. The second change is I think we're going to see the slow elimination of tenure track jobs. So tenure lines are going to be frozen, and that's probably bad overall, but it is good in that sometimes people get tenure and they just decide they're not going to do anything. And then those people, there's no way to address the most egregious perpetrators of the system. But again, it could be, I don't know, and as you know, I don't pretend to know things I don't know. It could be that something is going to replace this system that will be more egalitarian and more fair to people in the bottom end of the socioeconomic pyramid. I mean, I would hope that's the case.
Well, I won't lie to you that if I had a couple of $1 million, I have a few ideas. But, I can barely get this thing done. So I'm going to put those on hold and wait until I'm a little better funded. Because as usual, I have a few ideas. I don't know if they're right, but I got a couple ideas.
Yeah, I don't. This is way outside my area of expertise. I can identify problems and make some suggestions, but ultimately I think it comes down to what we discussed before. It's what people value, and I just don't think that there's. I think what we're seeing in this country is a collective consequence in aggregate of people valuing the wrong things, and it really, I love my country. It's a bummer. It's a shame.
Well, the thing about America, though, and I guess it's saving grace if you want, is that most Americans that I know were always willing to be self-critical. There's this idea across the world that Americans are these patriotic, dogmatic people, and I'm like, well, maybe that's who leads them, and maybe that's what leaders say to kind of get elected by the people who put them in those positions of power. But there hasn't been many Americans that I've talked to where, they haven't been willing to listen to some of the most distressing honesty and truthfulness that I've been willing to say about their country. And for the most part, I feel like only a loving Canadian can tell you guys what's up,
Well, it's a gross generalization, but I'll stand by it. Americans, by and large, are very good, very decent, very kind, very hospitable, very generous people. And yeah, I mean, obviously it's a generalization, but I think it's a generalization that's borne out. I think we're a good people, but I think it's uncontroversial to say that we're having some very serious problems in this country and some very serious economic problems. And I'm not a politician. I don't know the solution. I don't know the future. I'm just trying to work on one particular problem to do my part to make the world better. I'm trying to help people value science and rationality and reason and jettison faulty ways of knowing, and that's why I wrote a manual for creating atheists. I did that to try to. I don't know anything about macroeconomics, or well, I should say, but I know very little about macroeconomics, but I do know how to address a problem that we have right now, that we're facing right now. So that was the purpose of my book.
Well, I want to talk about, before we wrap up, there's 2 other things I want to talk about before we wrap up, because, as usual, we just kind of went all over the place. But
yeah. That's fine. That's what a conversation is, right?
Right. Well, I got to say, part of the thing is, whenever I have somebody on the show, I always try to get in on early, because my whole thing was I try to sniff out who I thought would be like the big deals coming up. And, when I saw you, and I was like, oh yeah, for sure, this guy. I watched your Easter Bunny video back then, and I just liked the way you engaged with people, and like you had that passion and fire to make it to the, because we needed our next round of like horsemen, right? You know what I mean? And then to see video or some pictures of you sitting next to Richard Dawkins, I gotta say, like, I felt like a proud papa. That's what
yeah, well, I think a lot of that's why I spoke about authenticity, because I think that's so important, to be sincere and to be honest and to be forthright. And I actually would argue that that's far more important than it's actually almost far more important than anything else that's going to relate it to something intellectually. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen or heard or read a transcript of the conversation that I had with Richard, but it was a great talk. He's a great guy. I enjoyed it tremendously. I tell you, I think that the thing that was, and you can see it in the beginning of the video, I was so emotional just sitting at his book signing, and I tweeted it. I tweeted, so I was sitting at a table with him. He was to my right, I was to the left, and people would come up and would sign books. And at some point, maybe 10 minutes in, I just stopped signing books. I became overwhelmed listening to what people would say to him. So I just started tweeting it, and then I started tweeting it and taking people's pictures with it, but they were like the most unbelievable things. I mean, and it just goes to show you that, and for whatever reason, I don't know, don't ask me why there were so many Mormons there. I don't know the answer to that question, but there were so many people, particularly Mormons that night, who came up to him and said, "Your books changed my life. Living a life of reason changed my life. You reasoned me out of something I wasn't reasoned into." And the line was so many people in line. You can see a video of the guy took a picture of the line. They capped it at 700 people, and I kid you not, the tickets sold out in 2 hours. We could have sold 7,000 tickets. Forget 700 tickets. The dean of the university couldn't even get in. The provost could. The whole building was locked down for the event. It was like he was a rock star, and that's, again, getting back to that, maybe this is a theme of the interview, what people should value. You know, he wrote a series of books that not only influenced multiple domains of thought, but he helped people shed their delusions by speaking in a blunt, frank way with them, and people were incredibly grateful for his work.
Well, I'm hoping that, the thing that I really want to accomplish with Bible stories, which I'm sure you haven't heard yet because you're probably busy as shit, but my attempt to retranslate the Bible, if you want, is I've tried to stay as true to the stories as possible. That was my goal, because I'm like, at some point, because there is snark in there. That's what I put in. I put in a lot of snark. I know at some point some religious person is going to be like, there's no way God ever did this. And they're going to open up the Bible and they're going to find that he did exactly what I said. I didn't make anything up.
Yeah.
That you should be outraged. And so I'm hoping that it has that same influence, but my target is it's a bit more subtle, right? Like, even, I know I put the word atheist there, but it's pretty small. And I don't want really there to be much focus on that. I wanted to, when somebody buys it, that they just think that they're reading the Bible, right, and that I've made it as a narrative, because I want everyone who reads it to be an expert, to know how many times Abraham and Sarah scammed people out of money. Like, you should know these things.
Yeah, and so look, Dawkins made his contribution. Everybody makes a contribution, and we make these contributions because we care about people. I mean, I know when I spoke to Richard, I certainly, I think that idea, once again, that idea of value, like, why are we spending so much of our lifetime and energy doing this? We're doing this because people, their brains have been hijacked by a faith virus or some way of, they're misperceiving reality, and it's hurting them and it's hurting their community. So you can make a contribution the way I can't. I can make a contribution. We can each make contributions in the way that the other people, in the way that individuals can't make. You can reach people that Richard Dawkins can't reach. So we're making those contributions because we want to live in a better place, right?
Well, I'm gonna be forcing you to read it because I'm gonna put you on the back of my jacket there. So there's gonna be some pressure for you to read this thing. Now, before we go, because I'm not the only one working on some exciting projects. Why don't you tell me about this exciting project that you were just like, Jacob, you gotta mention it because I'm so excited.
I am super excited about it. I am unbelievably excited about it. It's called The Reason Whisperer, and uh, basically what it's going to be is, you've heard the term the whisperer, like horse
Yeah, the
whisperer.
horse whisperer. Why
Yeah.
you're just like, I'm gonna just tell you something in your ear, and you're just gonna like run magically.
Right, horse whisperer, dog. So this is The Reason Whisperer, and it's based off of my book, A Manual for Creating Atheists. And what I'm going to do in it is I'm going to find people when they come out of a church or a mosque or a synagogue or a temple. I'm going to go in and I'm going to engage them. I'm going to find street preachers, and I'm going to show people. And I will let the footage speak for itself, and I'm going to show people how to excuse me, how to break down dogmatic structures of belief that people have. I'm going to show viewers exactly how you can engage somebody in a conversation, in an intervention, and this is a monumentally difficult task. I mean, I kid you not, this took me an entire lifetime to figure out how to do this. People who be completely convinced that their faith-based beliefs are true, and I'll show you in these simple conversations. And this is unscripted. These are totally real people. There's no script. They're just people that we find, and then we're going to follow them and follow up with them to see if the treatment stuck. And I'll show you how to move them down the scale of belief so that they become more suspicious of their own beliefs. How to instill doubt, but not just how to help people abandon their faith, but how to embrace reason and the principles of scientific rationality. So it's going to be great. The trailer should be up pretty soon. We have a few more conversations that we're going to finish. But at the end of each episode, I guide the viewer through exactly why I asked the questions I asked, why we did what we did. And I'm truly, truly super excited about it. I haven't decided the distribution mechanism yet. I don't know if it's going to be a Kickstarter. I have had some producers ask me about it. We might do that. I don't know. But yeah, it's what you do. I think it's the perfect next step for me at this point in my life.
Well, if you need any help with your Kickstarter Indiegogo, I've done both, so I'd be more.
Oh, have you? Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I might need you to, if it's not picked up by a producer. I mean, ideally, what I would like to do is I would like to go all around the world and find people and then talk them out of faith and into reason right on the spot. I realize that there will be some linguistic problems, and my command of some languages isn't anywhere near as good as it could be for these interventions. But I think it has tremendous potential, because what the viewer will see is how to conduct their own interventions. So then, you mentioned street epistemologists before. If we can get street epistemologists or people interested in helping people live lives free of delusion, they can look at this and watch this as a model.
Well, I mean, I don't want to. All right, I'm going to say something that's going to be super flattering, but I mean, imagine that you had a chance to have a TV show with Socrates, right?
Oh, I would love that. That would be a fantasy for me.
Well, I mean, you know what? Do a good enough job, and man, history will judge you as the fucking next one. There you go.
Yeah, that's not my concern. I mean, that's not my.
Of course, it can't be your concern. History's got to judge it. But you just put in the time, and like for me, the thing is, it's not really about like Socrates is a big deal just because, as far as I'm concerned, as I read him or as I study him, the way that I interpret Socrates is just a man who is about the truth, right? It doesn't. Everything else is all kind of BS that you're just making up. You don't really know this. Don't pretend that you know this. Yeah. What is it that you know that I don't know anything? You know what I bet, and obviously this is just sheer conjecture. I bet if you were to ask Socrates which is more important to him, his legacy or the people he helped, unquestionably, in my opinion, my judgment, he would say the people he helped. And so he would be shocked by a legacy. I think he would be. But it's my job as a publicist to set that up for you. I think he would be, and I think when someone tells me, when someone says, wow, hey, I read your book, or I tried this on my wife, and we were having marital issues with faith, etc., and I mean, that's huge, man. I mean, that's like, I don't know. I mean, that's like saved a marriage right there. Bam. That's the greatest feeling. Helping somebody shed delusion is just a huge deal. But again, I don't want to make this about me, because it's not about me.
It's about giving people these tools to help them help other people. So
Right.
well,
you still have to understand, though. I mean, and this is the power of Socrates, and this is something that Socrates himself wouldn't be able to understand. It would be saying, listen, every human being has to identify through another human being's narrative that they find some point of commonality with, right? And because, I mean, there is something to be found in common with Socrates, because every part of us has that element of us where we're saying, like, we accept we don't know what the fuck we're talking about, that we are, left almost naked in that ignorance. Why else would we be afraid of the future if we didn't admit our own ignorance? So I think that if you tap into that with a story about someone, and you're always honest about the struggles, the hardships, all of those things, then that's the most important thing too. Because even though you may want to put yourself out of it, Peter, I'm going to tell you, put yourself a little bit inside as well. People need to connect with something, and I think you could be like David Blaine of philosophy. Go out there and smack some fucking heads, bro.
Yeah, I think I'm weary. I think that clear thinking can't just be about Dawkins or Harris or Hitchens or Dennett or any. I'm not even going to put myself in that sense. Anybody else, it has to be about something that outlives any one person. I will also say, relating to another theme in the conversation, I think one of the greatest things that we have, and it's not even conceptualizing it. When I go to these skeptic conferences, people think, well, it's nice to have, be right or what have you. I think one of the greatest things we have is not a template in the book or Tools of Socrates. It's sincerity. I think it's sincerity, and I think if we model sincerity, I think if we're sincere people and we come to these discussions being very sincere and very forthright and willing to change our minds, though that modeling strategy will help people realize that they have been pretending to know things that they don't know for a very, very, very long time. And it's really good and refreshing and wonderful in your life if you stop pretending to know things you don't know. And so we need people to model those behaviors of saying, hey, I don't know. And you're absolutely right about what you said about Socrates.
Well, I guess that ultimately, the thing that I got from the scene, and I'm sure that you get this yourself quite often, is it's always it's a delightfully humbling experience.
You broke up. Are you there?
It was the hardest thing, being listened to by thousands of people and then being exposed. Oh, by the way, Jacob. Oh, did I break up?
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up.
Am I still there? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you're better now. So you were listening to. I caught you were listening to.
Okay, well, don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. It actually, by the way, Google does a great job at recording. So even if I break up, just assume it's all recorded. It's all good.
Okay. All right. Cool.
This program is awesome. I love it. I'm going to be doing more of this, by the way. If people are paying attention to this and they're like, hey, more video interviews, I love it, say it out loud. I want to hear it.
All right. If you, I have another interview actually I have to run to, but send me the URL and I'll tweet it. And it's always good to talk to you, and I really appreciated that first interview that we had. And maybe if it's possible when you post this, could you post the link to that interview in case people want to listen to it?
Well, I'm going to post everything up. I'm going to put the original interview.
Okay.
I'm going to put, any links that you have as well, all this other kind of stuff. Because even though the telethon, which, is going on, like, even as we speak, is going to end, I'm going to be taking all that video stuff, all that good stuff, repackaging it later. And I'm making 12 hours of content. At some point, I'm going to have to sit back and post it up again. So you're going to be the second person, because even right now there's a person who's viewing this. I don't know who this is. Who is this one viewer? I thought this was sort of like, anyway, we have an audience. Peter, thank you so much for coming on the show. I look forward to our next one where I'm going to have you on. Definitely when you have that TV pilot, you're going to come on. We're going to have another show, man.
Wonderful, and best of luck on your book. I'm excited to read it, and thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Take it easy, Peter.
Yep.
Well, you know, folks, we're back, and you know what they say: all good things must come to an end. And it's been a roller coaster. I think we're actually further than the 12-hour goal. I think we went a little bit over it, if I'm not mistaken, because we have another interview coming up, the last interview that I'm going to be doing with Guy P. Harrison that you should pay attention to, because it's a good one too. I say some incendiary things that I think are only good to say at, you know, the wee hours of the morning. Really, when you just put it out there, I'm going to go to bed and just rest on the wild things that I've said. So in this time, I guess I'd like to thank everybody who has contributed, who pledged, and everybody who's paid attention. Some of you, I don't know how many hours many of you have been paid attention to. Like, it's been significant, some of you. I can't believe how long the average viewer is. It's quite amazing. I mean, I've always said that the people who pay attention to what I do are pretty serious hardcores, and I've always appreciated that. Now, of course, I am a little bit sad that we made only about 4%. But, you know, the telethon thing, of all the things that we could ever get wrong, perhaps the marketing part, was the one thing that you were like, well, I would have rather that technical aspects of it to go wrong. So I think that you know, just like all things, it was a bit of an experiment. I hope you guys thought it was wild. I mean, something about live. Do you guys love it? Let me know. And for those of you that I guess tuned in a little bit too late, it's not too late to pledge, by the way. I'm going to be posting this for a while. It's going to be on. Go to the site. There's tons of things that you guys can buy and contribute. We have tons of packages. Again, postcards, T-shirts. So you guys can do that. So coming up next is going to be the Guy P. Harrison interview. That's the last interview. And after that, the show will be over. Then you can just, the live part at least, and watch the videos as much as you can, because we're going to lock that shit down in a couple of days. But for now, we're just going to assume that people need to catch up or whatever. Can't always catch live, and people have lives. It is a Saturday night. So now, without further ado, I'm going to present the interview with Guy P. Harrison. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. And if you do support The Good Atheist in the future, remember, there's tons of ways to do it. Get in touch. There's a contact us button. And although, to be honest, operators are not standing by. And with that, Guy P. Harrison.
Is a return guest. He's been on before to talk about one of his some of his books. Actually, we covered the gamut last time he was on, but now I wanted him to come back on the show. He's also on the Best of the Essentials DVD because the interview was that good. It is my honor to have back on the show award-winning journalist and author Guy P. Harrison. Thank you so much for being on the show, Guy.
No, Jacob, always happy to talk with you, man.
You know, you are the most accommodating person, because a couple of days ago, you almost didn't make it on the show because you called me up with like a medical condition. Yeah. And you're like, I don't know if I can make it, man. And I was sweating bullets because you're like a big name. You were on my marquee. You were the #1 name, dude.
Yeah, I had an inflammation in my eye, some deal with contacts or something, but it's fine now. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. I told the doctor, I said, look, you have to fix me, heal me. Jacob is counting on it. Got to do it.
That conversation happened at all. Were you riding public transportation and touching your eyeball? You got to stop doing that, buddy.
Dude, I've always been fascinated with bacteria and viruses. It's funny that, you know, people would call me a germaphobe, but I just say I'm rational because I understand. You know, we're swimming in a sea of microbes. It's unbelievable. It's just that's one of the things I write about in my latest book, is how, like, stunningly just terrifying and cool the world we live in is, that we can't see. That's all around us, all over us, inside of us. It's amazing. So something probably got me.
Let's talk about actually your book, because some of your previous books had sort of a theme, if you want. You know, like kind of you're obsessed with the number 50, I think.
My publisher is.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. It's a good number. I mean, I like it. I mean, 50 is halfway through 100, which is a great number too, but so much work. Who wants to write 100 reasons people say they believe in God, or, you know, or that they're Christian? You don't want that. 50 is good. I understand their motivation. But now you have your new book, Finke, is along the same lines, but I feel as though you've changed parts of your approach. You've gone a little bit more, I guess, like you've sort of how can I say this without being rude? I'm going to say it rude style if you're ready for it. I'm going to say that you're sucking science's dick pretty hard in this book. Pretty hard.
Yeah, great way to put it there, Jacob. No, yeah, this book is, in a way, it's sort of wrapping up everything I've been talking about for 10, 20 years. I'm just trying to enlighten people and inspire them to appreciate their brain for one thing, and to treat it well, to feed it right, to keep active, to keep it healthy, but also to use it wisely, to use it to cut through the fog of all this madness that's around us in this weird fantasy-prone planet that we live on. Because the human brain is magnificent and powerful, but most of us just squander that power. We believe before we think. And this book tries to get people to think before they believe.
I like that slogan. Did you actually? Is that on the cover of the slogan? Because that's brilliant. That's the best tagline I've heard. That's great.
I'm gonna copyright it, so don't steal it. Yeah.
Oh well, all right. If you remember it, do you even remember what you said?
Never.
It's all good. It's on video. I'm gonna send you a copy. But so here's actually the approach that you have in this one is a little bit different, and I'll tell you what my observation is, because you begin a little bit dark, if you will. You're kind of like, I've got bad news for you. You're surrounded by people that are trying to trick you. This is different here because, you know, your approach was always the Mr. Nice guy. You're not trying to trick anyone, and in fact, you always started your book being like, I'm just going to be honest with you. But now in this book, you started saying, there's a bunch of liars out there, and they're out to get you.
Yeah, not just liars. I mean, yeah, it's a combination of liars and crooks, and people who mean well, who have good hearts, but they are self-deluded. They're deluded. So they're trying to sell you on their mistake because they think it's true. So, you know, you can't call them liars. They believe what they're selling you. But, you know, the bottom line is every day you are bombarded, you are surrounded, you are under siege every day of your life from these people who are either lying to you or trying to push something on you that's probably not true or right, but they don't realize it. So if you're not a good skeptic, if you don't think like a scientist every day of your life, you become highly vulnerable to stumbling over all sorts of cons, delusions, mistakes, fantasies, and nonsense that can waste your time, squander your good health, maybe cost you your life.
Well, it's funny that we don't technically, you know, most of us atheists, if you want, or professional skeptics, we don't often start off with you know, fear as our beginning tactic. We always say that that's what religious people do. But at the same time, I kind of appreciated the fact that you started like this, because there is an element of reality, like there's an element of it that's frightening to this lack of skepticism. And, you know, while we sometimes are glib about it in North America, because for us it's like, oh, knock on wood. But for some other people it's harvest his skin and organs for medicine. Like, let's be honest here. There's some real dangers. So I kind of appreciate the fact that now you're just trying to wake people's eyes up a bit about the real, you know, deadly dangers rather than just the kind of superficial things we talk about.
Yeah. Well, we skeptics, you know, many of us do make the mistake of thinking, critical thinking and asking questions and challenging beliefs. Oh, it's all kind of fun and sort of a hobby. It's like, you know, UFO belief, looking for Bigfoot. Let's look for the evidence. Where's it at? No evidence, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, in this book, I try to make it really clear that it's more than that. Okay, what I call weak skepticism is the great unrecognized crisis of our world. Millions of people, billions of people suffer. Some lose their lives. You know, their lives are derailed. I mean, from childhood, simply because they're not good skeptics. It's profoundly tragic and horrible. And of all the problems, of all the major problems we have today around the world, weak skepticism, I believe, is the one that gets the least recognition. You know, parents don't teach it to their children. They don't teach good thinking skills to their children in most cases. Most teachers don't teach it. Politicians never talk about it. You know, when's the last time an election hinged on which candidate, you know, was going to try to make the world better via critical thinking? I mean, you never hear that, you know, despite the fact that even during economically challenging times like we're in now around the world, our species doesn't flinch. It's squandering trillions of dollars on medical quackery nonsense that you or I could spot in a second and say, well, that's a waste of money. That's stupid. Trillions of dollars out the window constantly. You know, I mean, it's an ongoing daily disaster that we have to confront as a species if we really want to ever stand up and pick up speed, get somewhere.
It's an interesting kind of approach for you, though, because you were always, even before on the first, I listened to the podcast we did back in 2012, and I teased you about being so relentlessly liked. But this is a little bit of the kind of like putting your foot down, if you want, and which, again, I approve because I don't know if you heard this interview. I had a guy by the name of Leo Igwe on the show a little while back, and he fights child witchcraft accusations, and
right, I know.
And I have quite a few people also. I'm going to be promoting it, hopefully even on this telethon, people who work for organizations that try to fight against this stuff. And that's actually my little pet thing, if you want. My focus is on the most ignored part of the world, which is basically Africa, where religious belief and superstition have that deadly concoction, the same things that we saw during, the Inquisitions and things like that. And we're just ignoring it and doing what you were calling before, this weak skepticism of thinking we can be keyboard warriors and we did our fucking part. And I'm just... I'm kind of sick of that hypocrisy in a sense.
Yeah, it's a moral issue, I think. If you care about the world, if you care about people, if you care about your fellow humans, it's not enough to just make sure that you're a good skeptic. That's the first step. Okay, make sure your thinking is in order. Make sure you're doing the work, so you're not, being fooled half the time. But the next step is to offer a helping hand to everybody around you. Try to help, and you don't have to be overly aggressive about it. You don't have to be a jerk. Sometimes you do need to be aggressive. Sometimes you do need to be a little rude. But you can really make the world better by encouraging other people to be good skeptics. That to me, it's one of the, apart from empowering women around the world, it's one of the best ways we could make the world better is by spreading skeptical thinking.
Now, I want to put on.
It doesn't cost a lot of money. It doesn't even take a big investment.
No, it's almost free. Close, almost. Library card, internet connection.
Yeah.
But let me put on my. I'm going to put on a bit of a devil's advocate suit, if you will, and I'm going to accuse you of something, and I want you to back your way out of this accusation. I'm going to accuse you of scientism, and then I want you to explain to me why that accusation doesn't hold. And why even that term doesn't make any sense. So I would say that in your relentless need to promote science, you may be falling into this thing that people are calling scientism. So how do you refute this?
No, that's a great point, and I cover it in the book Think. There is this mistake that I have seen many people make, and by people you might not think, even around the world. Like, for example, in Fiji, I talked to people who really did view science as sort of another religion. Yeah, they were religious people, but they really respected and were in awe of science, and they thought it was this wonderful thing, too much so in my view. And whenever I see that, I caution people. I say, whoa, slow down, slow down. Science is not this warm, fuzzy blanket we can wrap ourselves in and feel wonderful and everything's great. Science is a process, it's a tool, okay? And like any garden tool, you can make your yard look better or you can whack your neighbor over the head with it. You can do whatever you want with it. So Science gives us vaccines. It also gives us napalm and hydrogen bombs. Okay, we can do with it what we want. The point I make in the book is that the beautiful thing about science, the real thing that you should admire and cling to, is that scientific process. That ideal of doing the work before you make the conclusion, by not assuming you know things you don't know, by being free to have wild hunches and guesses and to dream. And scientists have the nuttiest ideas of anyone. They'll match any fruitcake believer any day of the week. But the difference is a good scientist doesn't pretend to know it as a fact, know it for certain, until they've done the work, until they've done the experimentation, they've developed a theory, all of that. And then an important part is a good scientist, and anybody who wants to think like a scientist has to always keep in mind that even when you figure something out and you come to a conclusion, you're very confident about it, you've got lots of evidence, it looks clear as day, you still have to be willing to change your mind. You have to have it always at the forefront of your mind that, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. There's nothing that I have come to a conclusion about that I am so entrenched with and so in love with that if overwhelming evidence to the contrary came along, I wouldn't let it go, because I'm loyal to reality. I want to be right. That's what I'm loyal to, not some position I've come to because Carl Sagan said it. So I think, wow, that's great. I believe it. If he's wrong, fine, dump it overboard, gone. So the thing is, with science, that's why many fundamentalist Christians in America make this. It just drives me nuts. Whenever something in science is reversed, a new finding sheds new light on something, and they go, "Oh wow, got to rewrite the textbooks. We were wrong on this one, boys. Let's change everything." They view that as a weakness, and as you and I know, that's the strength. That is the greatness of science. It self-corrects. It changes. It's always getting better, getting closer to some sort of reality out there. And that's why it's so much better than politics and religion, because those institutions are very reluctant to change no matter how obvious it is that they need to.
I suppose that's why we can say that, in a way, science can't be Ianism, because in and itself the process tries to shoo away the ism part of it. You can't be dogmatic if you're really doing science. Otherwise, it's kind of like this. It's science in the same way that Scientology is science.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Science. I mean, I tell I used to teach science to young kids, and one of the things I stress to them is that, look, scientists are not the smartest people in the world who know everything, and we can trust every word they say. They're wrong all the time, and they'll admit they're wrong. So remember that. Just because a scientist says it doesn't mean it's necessarily true. Okay, it could be wrong. Maybe one day we'll find out it's wrong. Science shouldn't be viewed as a collection of facts and ultimate truths. It's not at all. It's always changing. It's always figuring new stuff out and making old stuff look dumb. So that's what you have to always keep in mind. And if you realize that, there's no way you can really worship science and see it as some sort of
an ism,
an alternative to religion. It's not like that. I don't have an undying belief in anything that was proven by the scientific process. Not at all. I have an undying belief in the scientific process as being pretty damn cool. That's about as far as I go.
Perhaps maybe the confusion, I'll just put this out there and you can tell me if you agree or disagree. I think maybe the confusion about science being an ism is because when you believe in a religion, it tells you, it's your cosmogony, as they call it. It tells you everything you need to know about the universe in a way that sort of wraps things up, and you know what to expect and what to think, in a sense. And with science, something similar to that is happening, except for the ultimate conclusion of that is, well, ultimately that's not really what reality is. It's just a model that I'm using to explain what it may be like. Could be entirely different. In fact, models can be completely accurate in describing things and still not be right. So, when you embrace science, in a sense, you embrace the fact that you will never have truth with a capital T. So when you accept not even a system of belief rather than a belief, people will make that conclusion of saying, well, they must be the same, and you're just like, no, one is a system and of generating, I guess, what we would loosely term as belief, and the other one is just saying, I've given up on, well, not that I've given up, I've concluded, and now everything else needs to service that conclusion.
Yeah.
So how exactly do we turn around and say, well, we don't make the same conclusion, and embracing your lack of knowledge is a good thing? How do we convince people that's a good idea?
Embracing lack of knowledge. I cover that in the book. Ignorance is wonderful. Ignorance is something that, first of all, we should admit to. That's a huge problem with people who are not good skeptics. They feel compelled to fill in the blank when there's
to seem intelligent.
Yeah, and it's even more than that. I think they feel that it's almost like if somebody says thank you, you feel compelled to say you're welcome. It's like a cultural habit. You just do it without even thinking. And I think it's like that. And I stress in the book, look, if you don't know, It's okay to say, I don't know. That's a beautiful thing to say, I don't know.
It's brave.
Like I said, it's honest, and also it sets the stage for real progress, because you say, okay, I don't know the answers to this, whatever this is. So you know what? I need to do some work. I need to keep investigating. I need to keep exploring. I need to keep thinking. Maybe I will find the answer. But until then, don't pretend you know things you don't know. You know, it's as simple as that. And that's, you know, again, I'm not, you know, I know we're not just talking about religion. I keep going back to religion, but that's one of the fundamental flaws with virtually all religions, is that they fill in the blank without really having an answer. You know, Charles Darwin gave an explanation for why there's diversity of life on this planet, so much biodiversity. To say God did it is not an answer. You know, how did he do it? Who is this God? Where is he? What
are his characteristics, and what the fuck does he want?
Yeah, imagine if Charles Darwin had said, I figured out the Earth's biodiversity. I figured it out. Nature did it. Period. End of book. You know, I mean, what kind of an answer would that be? Nature did it.
The right answer, but it's not satisfying.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's not an answer. It's just saying, you know, it's saying nature did it. That's it. I mean, that's crazy. You know, so yeah, we need to embrace ignorance, admit it, and use it as fuel to keep working, keep seeking answers.
Now I'm gonna ask you a really tough one here. I'm gonna say something that's gonna first appear mean, but it is not intended to be mean. And I will say that as science, okay, so generally speaking, there are a number of people that do great work. I consider you one of them. There's also, you know, CFI I think does great work, for the Freedom from Religion Foundation, everybody who tries to fight against, you know, people who believe in creationism and all this other superstitious belief. But I'm going to tell you guys honestly that you failed. And here's how you failed. You failed because the belief in God, or at least the disbelief in evolution, has not changed significantly in the past almost 50 years. But what has changed is people's access to information, and just the information, the richness of that information itself. So I say that because of the richness of the information, naturally speaking, the numbers should have gone up, like it did in the rest of the world, but it's remained stagnant, which has meant that it's basically all science education, that kind of stuff, has failed. Do you accept that?
No. No. The game is, we're still in the early innings here, okay?
Oh, this is the second inning, was we were saying. This is not the ninth inning here?
No. The problem with America, and this is just my opinion, okay, but I think the problem with America, why is it so different from all the other industrialized nations? Why did they understand modern biology, whereas 46% of Americans think the Earth is 6,000 years old? What is going on? Well, clearly it's religion, but it's not just religion. What's happening in America, especially in the last 30, 40 years, is that fundamentalist religion, Christianity, has become so intertwined with politics that it's sort of a self-reinforcing thing that you have going on now, where if someone says, I think the world is 6,000 years old, and I think Homo erectus is a lie, they never existed, I'll bet $1,000 that person is a conservative, is conservative politically, probably a Republican. You know, you shouldn't be able to do that. Why? You know, that's politics should be separate from science. It maybe not in every aspect, but in the general identification. Like global warming is another example. I shouldn't be able to tell someone's party affiliation in the United States based on their stance on global warming, but I can. I can make a very good guess. Very good guess. And that's crazy. What's happening in America is it's so politicized with this red state, blue state nonsense that it's almost like you have to, once you've joined a team, and almost everybody feels obligated to join one of these two teams.
Sure.
Once you join a team, it's almost like you are compelled or forced to adopt the whole laundry list of positions, which include, on one side, a lot of these wacko positions that are just completely anti-science. Now, that doesn't apply to all Republicans, I know, or all conservatives, but it applies to many, many of them. And that's the problem. I think we've got fundamentalist Christianity is almost turbocharged now. It's got like a jolt of steroids from politics. Whereas in the past, you would have Democrats who were creationists. You know, they'd be mixed evenly, I think. They'd be spread around pretty evenly. You wouldn't have one particular party which puts up all of its candidates. Remember I think it was 2008, the Republican primary, question was asked, do you accept evolution? Yeah,
that
I
was
think that was the question.
Yeah, I remember that. I think there was like two Republican guys that left their hands.
Yeah, only 1 or 2 out of about 8 of these primary Republican candidates raised their hand. That's incredible, you know. There's clearly a shift on that one party has, you know, whatever, to cater to the, you know, the scientific illiterates or something or whatever. But it's really just juiced up this anti-science thinking that's gone with religion. And I think it can be overcome in a heartbeat, because if the people who run these political parties, you know, just as they flock to the moral majority, Jerry Falwell people in the 70s, they'll flock to anybody who's going to vote. If they feel that's where the votes are, they'll go. If tomorrow morning conservative people start to think, you know what, science is pretty cool, maybe we should join the 20th century and kind of in the 21st century and kind of get with the program here, then all these candidates you see on stage running for the Republican Party will all raise their hand. Yes, I accept evolution, of course. You know, and they'll chuckle about it, like, what a silly question. I mean, all politics is, you know, it's, I'm disgusted by it, to be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of American politics right now, but I think that is the problem that you have. And I think it's not just science education. It's the problem of your tribal affiliation. Once you mature and become an adult, you're locked into these political tribes, and you feel obligated to toe the line on these stupid anti-science positions.
Well, you see, I think that you just identified it right at the end, the tribalism aspect. Because I'll tell you, here's the thing. Here's the problem with America, though. Despite the fact that I think that religious influence is very dangerous in the U.S., I would say that that is not the most dangerous of all the influences that America has. If I was to rank, let's say, because for me there is no distinction between cults and religions, or even certain cults and certain institutions, okay? But I'm going to make this declaration to most Americans, which I'm sure they'll at first disagree with me, but I'm saying the real problem that you have isn't only this religious element. It's actually the very cult of Americanism itself. See, America is a dangerous cult. There's this you call it exceptionalism. These are kind of, I mean, you're a rogue nation. You do what you want. You bomb other countries without any approval. Any other country that did this, would do this, by the way, would be considered an enemy rogue state. But you have this, we've allowed it, actually, other countries. Canada's allowed it, you know, France, Europe, UK has allowed this. But ultimately, I believe that America is the most dangerous cult, and you have at your disposal another side cult, which is the American military, which is something that no American citizen criticizes, or if they do, they get buried, right? All you do all day is basically thank the military for its existence because it's somehow necessary for your freedom. You spend most and the majority of your money on this, and now you sort of like mix in this toxic brew of religiosity, which is now so intertwined with that second institution, your military institution, that the rest of the world should be terrified by you. Terrified. So I don't think it's just this religious element. I think that it's really the cultishness of your own country. The fact that if you sing God Bless America, people stand up, and that's not a fucking national anthem.
I hear you, man. I hear you. The thing is, though, religion really is the kind of the problem there too, because if you talk to these people, if you listen to them, these real super patriots who do feel that America can do no wrong, you know, no matter how many villages we vaporize with drones or whatever, it's the American way, it's okay. Well, if you listen to what they're saying, they will tell you the reason they feel that America can do no wrong, the reason that America is so exceptional is because God has chosen America to lead the world, because God favors America. God is America is God's favorite nation. They will say these things openly and freely. And as one who lived out, I grew up in America, and then I lived in another country outside of the U.S. for 20 years. And I tell you, it was eye-opening for me to hear people and become good friends with Europeans and South Americans and people from Africa, and to hear how they felt about the United States, and it was amazing. But the thing is, it's complex, because America is also loved around the world for the good things it does, and it does do good things.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. There are many Americans who are wonderful people and who do make the world better for all, just as there are people in America who are doing horrible things.
Right.
So It's tough, and I always get into these complex talks about America and patriotism and all that, and it always frustrates me because I can never give a clear. I can't take a solid position on it because it's so muddled. It really is. It's too complicated.
Well, you're muddled in it because, I mean, there's going to be elements.
America, nor can you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
There's going to be elements just like me where, look, I love America too. Any cult has an element of it that you're going to feel attracted to. And what are those elements? Well, I'm like, the cultural capital of the world is still being dominated by America. We can't help it. I mean, we're just going to be drawn to it. But even, I mean, you're not wrong when you say that religion is the linchpin that allows all of this. But even if you were to remove the religious element, okay, you would not remove the idea of exceptionalism, which again, I'm going to say is a driving force behind even the religious inspiration for it. Because at the end of the day, it's God bless America. It's not God bless Americans. It's God bless this cult we've created. And we believe in it strongly. And your cult has influenced the world in a positive way, but it's still a fucking cult. You guys need to cool it. Cool it hardcore.
Let me tell you two things that could fix America.
Sure.
I've written about this before. Most Americans don't travel. They don't travel the world. They don't meet other people. And that's not entirely their fault because America is so huge. The United States is such a huge country with so much geographical diversity in it. You can spend a lifetime going on vacations once a year throughout America. You can ski, you can water ski, you can suntan, you can go mountain climbing, you can go snowboarding, you can camp in a desert, you can stay in a city, a small town. You can do all these things without leaving. And that's terrible because people need to travel, you need to meet other people, you need to have your mind stretched and really see what this world is like that you're living on. And another thing, it sounds trivial, but I will argue that it's not. Sports. A huge problem for America without even realizing it, the one that has just screwed America as far as the average citizen being able to perceive the world in a realistic way, is sports. America's big three sports are basketball, baseball, and football, okay, the NFL. And the rest of the world doesn't play these to the degree that America does. The NBA is that's the focal point, that's the center of the basketball universe in the world, even though that game is getting very popular globally. Baseball, it's all happening in America, the major leagues, that's where it's all happening, right? The NFL, it's all in the U.S. So whereas in other, again, I learned this from living outside the United States. A typical guy in Scotland or a typical person in Argentina, just by following their favorite sports, soccer, rugby, maybe cricket, they are going to be so much more, even if they never leave home, they're going to be so much more global in their thinking because they know at least these other countries exist. And I know their national anthem. I've seen people because they're all passionate about their sports. They watch it on TV, they go to games, and they're so much more connected to the world than the average American. And that may seem trivial, it's not an intellectual thing, sports, who cares? But millions of people in America are avid sports fans, as people are around the world. And I think it really does influence the culture because do you know that every year when they held the Super Bowl, you will hear every other sentence, the world champions, the Super Bowl champions, they're champions of the world. Nobody else plays the game. One country in the world plays this game. Okay.
Right. We play football in Canada, but it's our own version.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to exclude the Canadians. I forgot you guys are into it as well. But it's ridiculous to call the Super Bowl champion a world champion, and they do this all the time. The
for
players,
baseball, for
coaches,
sure, World Series, right?
The commentators, the journalists, they all do this repeatedly, and they have no concept of how ridiculous that sounds. And I used to talk to fans of rugby outside the U.S. and they just laugh at that when they hear it. They think it's ridiculous. They think, what is wrong with Americans? Why would you call somebody a world? Because they have a thing in rugby called the World Cup, which many nations compete in. In cricket, many nations compete. The World Cup of soccer, many nations, almost every nation competes in that. Those are global events. But America, because it's a big country and because it's so insulated, because people don't travel, because they're so fascinated with their own sports, they actually can look at something like the Super Bowl and call it a world championship. It's incredible, and it just shows that the insular nature of the typical American's life, their experience, is it just
like you said, eye-opening, right?
It almost makes it impossible for them to be good citizens of the world without really getting a slap in the face somehow and going somewhere and doing something and meeting people and talking.
I guess there is that one of the elements that I've tried to break down in terms of how cults are structured is how dangerous a cult is, in my opinion, how isolation it is. So I would agree with you right there that's, I mean, because all countries are cult. I mean, Canada is a fucking cult, all right? We have our little maple leaf line, we have our little song or shit, I don't know. I even know the song by heart because it was drilled in my goddamn head. Not like I like it, by the way, because it's very sexist. We're trying to change it, though. We're trying to be ahead of the time. But regardless, I think you've identified it right there. The most powerful thing is really the isolationism, the fact that they're just not exposed to the rest of the world. One of my favorite questions I ask most Americans, and I'm going to test you on it right now, is I wanted to ask you, when was Canada's Constitution ratified? What year?
Oh, gosh. Is it a trick question? You don't have a constitution?
No, that is not a trick question. We do have a constitution. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It was in 1981.
Yeah, that's what I started to say some early 1800s, and I thought this is going to be. That's why I said trick question. I knew it was going to be something recent.
No, it's okay. Most Americans always assume that it must have been kind of like them, right, in the 1800s. Yeah. But really, actually, our Constitution, by the way, we had to force the Queen to sign it because not all the provinces agreed, including the one that I live in. So the province of Quebec basically uses the Canadian Constitution as toilet paper. They don't care about it. But that's a political detail, right? I'm not asking you to know that degree or that level. But if you were to ask me when was the American Constitution written, signed, who signed it first, or why is John Hancock's handwriting so large on it, I know many of these details that I don't think the average American knows many of the details of other countries.
Yeah, but you've been blasted from birth by American TV and American movies and songs, and I mean, it's unfair.
Not as blasted as you would think, actually, because you have to understand my first language was French, by the way, so I was mostly blasted with the French stuff. Okay. I didn't really, for me, the American culture that we got was Golden Girls. We watched a lot of Golden Girls at my house.
That's good. That'll teach you everything you need to know. Yeah. No,
sure, there were 4 types of women. That's what it taught me.
What you're talking about is a terrible problem, even with geography. I mean, America, for a long time, they basically didn't teach students world geography. It just was left out, and I think recently, depending on the state, they kind of hit it once in 7th or 8th grade. That's it. It's not, the typical American doesn't know how many countries there are in the world, or, just like Sarah Palin. Remember, she was vice presidential candidate, Sarah Palin, in 2008. She honestly thought Africa was a country, not just a continent and a collection of countries. She thought it was one country. I mean, that's the American educational system has got problems.
I would be like, hey, Sarah Palin, did you know that country can fit almost every other major country inside of it and still has space to spare?
Yeah. That's true.
I know that your maps, the map that she looks at, Africa looks kind of small, but I mean, that's not the real map.
Yeah.
I mean, most people don't realize how big that motherfucking country is.
Huge. Yeah.
Although, you know what? I'm guilty of that. I think one time I said that Sudan was in the Middle East. I mean, I'm a motherfucking idiot just like the rest of, humanity. But at least, I try to admit my stupidity.
Me too.
Which is what you promote, right? That's what Think was, you said before. Let's embrace ignorance because we're all ignorant.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do?
Yeah, and one important part of my book, Think, is that you have to admit, you have to recognize that just the way that the human brain works, it means you've got one foot in fantasy land all the time. No matter how smart you are, no matter how educated you are, you still are not perceiving reality the way you think you are. The way you see, the way you remember, all these things are not intuitive. They're not, they've done surveys. They'll ask people, how do you think human memory works? And they'll say, the majority of people say, oh, it's sort of like a DVR, it's like a video camera. You just play it back, Nothing close to that. Nothing close. You've got a little crotchety old man in your head who weaves stories about your past, and he leaves stuff out. He includes stuff. He throws in things that never happened because he thinks it'll make it more useful to you. It's crazy the way The way the human brain actually works is nuts. And
yeah, well, it's a perpetual narrative, right?
Huh?
It's basically a perpetual narrative that your brain is trying to concoct.
Yeah, I mean, it's maddening. It really is, because we've got so many biases, so many subconscious biases that are going on, and we're making decisions based on these things all the time. And you can do pretty well if you're vaguely aware of the fact that your subconscious is like this other person living in you with its own agenda. And if you know that, and if you know you can't trust even your own eyes, and you can't trust even your own memory, no matter how real it feels, you can't trust it all the time when it's something important, especially. If you know that, at least you got a fighting chance. You know, you've got a chance to not be a complete idiot or not to be a sucker and a victim half your life.
Well, do you think? Would you say that is kind of like the ultimate lesson from the book, is that we're all kind of suckers and we need to be less suckers?
Yeah, we are. We are. I mean, we are all wrong a lot, more than we think we are wrong. We are all mistaken more than we realize, and we all make really bad and silly decisions all the time. See, our brains are very good. Our brains have evolved, millions of years, and they've got us to this point. They've done very well. Our brains work really well at daily tasks, at getting us through one more day, surviving. Our brains are great at that. But our brains are not good when weird stuff happens, when unusual situations occur, when we have to make an uncomfortable decision, when these sort of things come up, when we see something we can't quite make out what it is, and our brain tries to make sense of it. We're not good at that. We're not good. And you have to know that. You have to understand that. Otherwise, you're going to go, yeah, it's a spaceship. Yeah, it's Bigfoot. Yeah, that shadow is a ghost. Yeah, you're going to constantly be making dumb conclusions, coming to dumb conclusions.
Some of my favorite ways of trying to show this to people is when you take an image, like a mask, for instance, and you turn it around in like a way that the brain can't understand, and you just watch what happens, right? You're like, here's a shape that doesn't work visually for you, and see how your brain will kind of just try to make something up. And every time when that happens, you're just like, what the hell's going on? And then you realize that even the tapestry of everything that's happening, so even our communication, is just a sort of a series of senses and impulse all being fabricated in this neat little narrative, but it doesn't always work very well.
Yeah. You may see a dragon in the cloud that's passing overhead, but it's not really a dragon, okay? Now, we can usually, figure that out on our own. We go, that's not a dragon, even though it looks exactly like a dragon, because your brain is connecting the dots and all. But we don't do that well when it comes to maybe a conspiracy theory. Those dots just seem to connect so perfectly. It must be true. We faked the moon landings. It didn't happen. It must be true. The pieces fit together. It can't be JFK. It all fits together. Well, no, maybe it doesn't. You're seeing a dragon. Think about it. Look for evidence. Demand evidence.
Be really, like I said, be demanding about the evidence itself. I mean, it's not always just a matter of volume, because I'm sure back in the day there was plenty of voluminous evidence that the Earth was flat. What we're really looking for is just the quality of that evidence. And I think that can be a little bit hard to discern. I mean, that's the part where, that skepticism toolbook comes in, of asking yourself, really, what are the sources of information that I have, and how can you evaluate those sources? So I think that's the part of skepticism is sniffing out who's telling you what, really.
Yeah, you're right. I always encourage people, always, make sure that the evidence, make the attempt to balance the evidence with the magnitude of the claim. It's the old Carl Sagan saying, extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. Extraordinary. What that means is, like you said, quality, but quantity. You need a lot. There's no magic number, but you need a lot of good evidence. And it's just a feel. There's no specific formula, but you can hunt. You're a human. You can make gut judgments on things sometimes, and it'll be good for you. If somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I got a pill here, and it will cure cancer," okay, that's a huge claim. Then your gut should tell you, all right, I'm going to need tons of evidence on that. The fact that his aunt Ophelia took it and her gallbladder cancer went away, that's not good enough. Okay, that you should be able to recognize that that's not balancing. That's not balancing. Okay. By the way, interesting thing: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Carl Sagan didn't actually say that. A lot of people he always.
Was it Hitchens that said that?
No. Sagan made it popular.
Oh, it's Hume. It's Hume.
No. It's credited with some astronomer. I can't remember his name, but yeah, some just astronomer guy that he didn't steal it. I mean, he credited the guy, but he wrote it and kind of phrased it, and it just took off and got attached to his name. It's an interesting thing that he acknowledged he didn't really make that up.
Yeah, but you must face
the astronomer stole it from Hume.
Oh, right. Well, there you go. Well, Hume said the same thing, except for I don't know if he said it just as, like Shakespeare said, brevity is the soul of wit, right? Just as wittily.
Hitchens, you mentioned Hitchens. The cool Hitchens quote is, that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Right.
So,
okay.
That's
what
cool. Yeah.
The sole reason I went into this whole atheism scene business just to meet the fucking man, and then he has to go die on me.
Oh no!
What the hell?
How rude! Yeah.
I know. And I think we would have had a great time, and he has to go fucking die on me.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, Guy, I want to thank you so much for coming on the show. As usual, you're the most accommodating person. You probably just made me $200 by just being on the show in terms of people supporting the book and that kind of stuff. So you're like my hero.
Anytime, man. You're my hero. So anytime, I'm happy to help you, man. Keep up the good work.
All right, everybody. What you need to do is you need to go check out his book, Think, or some of his other books. There'll be links for it on the podcast. Go check it out. Guy, thanks for being. Oh, look at that. He even put it up. It's got bunny and everything on it. It's a beautiful looking book. Guy, thanks for being on the show.
All right, man. Take care, buddy. Bye.
Well, I was going to end this telethon with just that last interview, but it kind of dawned on me there's still a lot of people watching. Well, a lot of people. I don't know. In relative terms, there's still a bunch of people that started watching all this that are still watching. So I guess I got to say a special goodbye to everybody who's been tuning in for, I don't know, some of you maybe the entire thing. Unfortunately, because of some of the technological limitations, we haven't been able to really track as well how much people have been really paying attention to. But we think some of you have been paying attention to so much that you have absolutely no lives. And, I'm glad that we were able to sort of like fill that pointless, hollow existence with 12 hours of great content, which I think is just, was it great? I don't know. Maybe about 5 of it was great, and the rest of it was just some garbage we just threw together. But hey, 12 hours. What was I thinking? That's the great question. What the fuck was I thinking?
Well, the advantage of 12 hours is that everybody during the day could have at least
that's why 30, I chose
40 minutes, maybe even an hour to
check it out, right?
Check it out.
That was I know it sounds logical. It sounds logical, but
I was afraid that I wasn't able to see any.
You caught a lot of it. In fact, you're in one of them. You're in it. You caught it and you're in it. That's how long it lasted. He's in it right now. That's fucked up. He was watching the show and then he just came on the show. I mean, I suppose we could do like one day when I'm actually even better at that. We could do like a 3-day marathon, and then it's like, obviously I'd die or something because apparently you can't do those things anymore. Like Guinness doesn't allow you to do the whole stay up for 3 days or records because you will die. People die.
The most marbles swallowed.
Yeah. You ever hear of the game? What's it called again? There's one where Chubby Chicken. There's about like 10 or 15 people that die of this game. It's basically where you try to put as many marshmallows in your mouth and say the word chubby chicken or something without choking to death or something. It's not a great game.
I think it's a great game.
You want to play it?
Sure.
Yeah, no, that's one of those tests of intelligence. It's one of those tests of intelligence. When you ask a person then, they're like, sure, I want to put a whole bunch of marshmallows in my mouth and potentially choke on it. Absolutely. Let's do it. And you know what? That's kind of like that's a legal suicide. That's what that is. Chubby bunny. My apologize. I called it chubby chicken.
Will you die of sugar? Too much sugar?
No, you're not gonna die. You will choke. Did you not listen to me? You are not listening.
I think the sugar will kill you first.
This is why we didn't have you on at the end. At the beginning. You're on the end. And this part isn't even being properly recorded. Only the hardcore that paid attention to the entire thing, because this won't even be in the fucking best of shit. This is sort of like whoever's still paying attention, because they're like crack addicts for this shit. They won't even know. They won't even see. This is all like off the cuff, man, totally live, and you're doing a terrible job. I'm just saying that.
Sorry,
Carlos, I love you, but you're doing terrible. No, I'm just joking with you. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you, man. This is like, we're doing it live. Fuck it. We're doing it live. So I guess as we depart, and you should now all go to bed, or maybe start breakfast, because some people might be in Asia, or who knows what. Start your days. If it's your Sunday, do something. Go out and enjoy the sun. And tomorrow when you wake up and you inevitably, it's a new day. There's a new, the
sun will rise.
The sun will rise, and you'll tell yourself, Jacob had this dream, and the dream was to achieve $3,000. He achieved 4% of that in 12 hours. He's not done. He's not done. Sure, many parts of the ideas worked great, and it was tons of fun, but always assume that the worst. And at 4%, I don't think it could have gone like 4%.
Well, it could have been like 0%.
It could have. No, actually, I would have preferred 0, because that's just silly. That's just like what happened.
It could have been minus.
Actually, no, we are minus, because it cost me about $300 to do this.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we are in the minus.
But you know what? It's an investment for the future.
Oh yeah, for the future. We know how to live stream. We know.
Exactly.
We know it's a moneymaker.
You in the technology and the know-how to
that at least.
Later.
And and I now have.
It could be a formula.
I don't know if
Did you know that every day, thousands of artists will be on the brink of starvation, desperately trying to sell their limp masterpieces in a valiant attempt to be compensated for making something they felt compelled to anyway? All too often, we forget that our very society is dependent on these social parasites for its own cultural capital. Without their obnoxious need to question the very system they are dependent on to survive, a civilization runs the risk of becoming stagnant, flat and dull, much like Singapore. I mean, sure, the city's fine, but it lacks a certain je ne parle pas. This is Jacob. While his peers were busy getting laid and developing promising careers, he chose instead to devote his time, resource, and energy on art and comedy and other low-yield ventures. Now broke and barely able to afford even the most basic necessities such as liquor and other intoxicants, Jacob faces a constant battle with burnout. Without these precious items, his joke becomes serious, stilted, and academic. For just $5 a month, you too can sponsor an artist like Jacob, or most likely Jacob, and ensure that his economic humiliation in the midst of creating his most subversive art is as painless as possible. You'll receive all kinds of impersonal cut-and-paste emails about his progress, information ranging from his overall mental health to whether or not a girl has kissed him on the mouth. With your monthly contribution of $5 or more, Jacob will be able to afford new underwear, socks that match, and a pair of pants that didn't previously belong to his mother. Your generous donation will allow the book to be completed by March, which is what you all want anyways. Please, call now. Sponsor Jacob. It's pathetic, really.